Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Isabel Lodoyo. I am the founder at the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, and it's my pleasure and honor to be here in Istanbul, in Avcılar. I really feel like home. This is the first ever international summit on disability rights. I want you to realize that today we are witnessing history. I've been in the human rights industry for over a decade. And every time I attend human rights conferences, there's so little talked about disability rights. Oftentimes people confuse disability rights with only health rights. So we purposely chose this title. A couple of months ago, we were here in the same place, inspiring a new generation of young leaders to learn about human rights and go back to their countries to implement human rights trainings. Together with Mayor of Avcılar and Queen Mother, we were sitting one day and we said, what if we do this summit? And at that point, we made a promise. We are going to make it happen right here in Avcılar and Istanbul in Turkey. So I hope everyone is feeling as welcome as I feel in this part of the world. So without further ado, I want to begin the protocol session, the plenary session today. We have different sessions, but today is about global policies, inclusion, diversity, disability rights. We have an amazing lineup of speakers and officials, which I want to welcome to our event and share that we are so grateful that you took a little bit of your time. Some of you traveled from other countries just to be here for one moment with us. And I hope you'll take this message back home with you and also here locally, because this is just the beginning. We want to have an army of people understand more about disability rights. And governments, businesses, and civil society, we must work together. Without our common efforts, we won't be able to implement disability rights. And if we start implementing it here, right here in Istanbul, we can make it anywhere in the world, right? Do you agree with me? Okay, great. So I have some very, very important message from a very, very important person who unfortunately couldn't be here with us in person, but he sent us a very kind message. So let us begin this wonderful day with the message of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. Thank you.
There are more than 1 billion people with disabilities in the world. Realizing their rights is a matter of justice and an investment in our common future. It is also central to realizing the core promise of the 2030 Agenda, to leave no one behind. The United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy is my commitment to achieving transformative change, to raise the UN's performance on disability inclusion, not just in its policy, but also in its programs and operations. Our destination is clear: a world in which all people, including people with disabilities, can enjoy equal opportunities, have a full say in decision-making processes, and truly benefit from economic, social, political, and cultural life. Every person should expect nothing less. Together with people with disabilities as agents of change, we can build an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable world for all. Thank you.
And for that, we have a special video to show from Sadek Wolf, Human Geometric. I would like to invite next to me on stage our host for this event, our partner, Mayor Turan Hancherli. Please join us on stage.
Çok kıymetli Büyükşehir Belediye.
resources and income should be there, both between individuals and also between regions. And this is something we have to do. It is mandatory for a happy, equal, and fair world, so that we can provide happiness to humanity all around the world. And this is what we know, and this is what we work towards. So once again, I'd like to say and show to the world that we want equality and fairness. And we want to work towards it with all good and kind people to achieve that. And we are not going to leave anyone behind. So when we leave no one behind, then we can bring peace and happiness to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Grateful for having you here with us and leading this whole generation of people towards more disability rights in the world. And I think what you're doing, it's phenomenal. Not only for Avcılar, I've witnessed you working day and night, every single, and traveling all over the world. So for this, on behalf of USIDHR, one of the hosts of this event, I would like to award you the Excellence Award. So please, my team. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much again. We are now following our program. I would like to introduce our next guest speaker, His Excellency Alvaro Rodriguez, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Turkey. Please, Your Excellency.
Good night and good morning. It's a real pleasure being here with you. And let me start with a couple of notes. But start, of course, acknowledging and recognizing the mayors of Istanbul and Avcılar, with others, so many distinguished representatives from the international community, and ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to speak after the mayor of Avcılar and, of course, my own boss, the Secretary General. But there are a few messages that I would like to convey. And maybe instead of reading my military statement, I will just refer to it if you bear with me. But one of the things that I think strikes me about this summit, for which we are very, very grateful to the organizers, is of course this very important line that we often use but sometimes fail to practice, which is that nothing about us without us. And it applies to so many groups in society that maybe find themselves facing challenges and finding others speaking about them and not including them. And I think summits such as these, the first one, has been said, the first one in the world, highlights the fact that we need not only people that face disability, but any group that faces exclusion to actually be included in the decision-making that impacts their lives. And this applies specifically to a very important concept that the Mayor of Avcılar mentioned, which is this principle of leaving no one behind. And I don't know how many of you know where this term came from, or why it has become so important in the United Nations. And this is as a result of something called the Sustainable Development Goals, or Agenda 2030, which is probably the most ambitious framework for human development the world has ever seen, with 17 goals, 169 indicators, and 169 targets, and and 241 indicators to measure many key elements of human welfare. And one of the principles underlying the 17 goals is the fact that nobody should be left behind. And that, of course, includes people with disabilities that are often neglected. Now, in my speech, I had a number of statistics to give you, but I think I will say something different. One of the statistics that I have is that 1 in 4 families has people with disabilities. I often refer to it as special needs. I know there's a debate in the literature as to what is the best term. So the one statistic that I will give you is that in my family of 4, 2 face disability. So that's half my family. So it's quite an important topic for me in terms not only of my work with the United Nations, but of course for me personally. And having dealt with this issue now for 27 years in the family, over 30 years with the United Nations, I can only highlight how challenging it is. And the reality is that people with disability, despite everything we say, are still being left behind. And of course, that needs to change. But change will be difficult, because in a strange way, the world of today is both the best of times and the worst of times. I think it's the best of times because you find that through the voice of so many stakeholders in society, and particularly young people, those voices are being heard, probably like never before, on all manner of issues, from sexual identity all the way to economic rights and political rights, and even the desire of some people in some countries not to wear a scarf, particularly in a country in this region. So we hear those voices. So from that point of view, it's the best of times. But it is also the worst of times, because I think if we learned anything from COVID, from the war in Ukraine, from climate change, is that we're being confronted with global challenges of such magnitude that even the world community trying to work together cannot solve them. And my personal fear, maybe since the Secretary General started the summit, I can say my professional fear too, is that unfortunately the challenge to move from talking about something, as we will do today, to acting on it will be all the more difficult because of climate change, because of the food crisis, because of economic instability. So we live in the best of times, and we also live in the worst of times. And I guess the challenge for humankind, for men, women, others, is, of course, to be able to capitalize on whatever opportunities exist. In the case of the UN in Turkey, we're very pleased that we have a number of projects that actually include people with disabilities. And I mention young women very specifically because, like with so many groups in society, we actually cannot lump them together as if they have only one characteristic. People with disability have that as one characteristic, but they have many other characteristics. They may be women, they may be ethnic minorities, they may be people that have other identity challenges. So the issue of intersectionality is hugely important, and we must recognize that people have multiple identities. And our policies in the UN, as the Secretary General highlighted, are trying to mention precisely that point. The fact that inclusion happens not on only one issue, but on multiple issues. Of course, as a person that has dealt with disability in the family and deals with it professionally, I recognize how difficult it is to deal with intersectionality. But I think it's a very important principle. I think that should be addressed at some point in this summit, so that we see people with their multiple characteristics not with a single characteristic, which is often the tendency we tend to do things. It is simpler. Maybe our minds find it difficult to deal with greater complexity, but I think it's a huge issue. And I come back to you in women because I think the challenge of women with disability is something that we cannot ignore, and often it is. Just as a personal anecdote, I spent 9 years in Pakistan, Somalia, and Afghanistan, living there, and I realized how often the topic of disability did not address intersectionality. So I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to share it here. Turkey, the countries you represent, of course, all have great potential to work on this issue. Allow me to review my notes to see if I captured everything that the SG would want me to capture. Maybe I will conclude just by highlighting a couple of messages that I'm sure the SG would like me to convey, since he addressed the issue of changing policies in the UN. And that is the fact that right now the UN is moving towards including disability not only as a separate topic with one or two agencies, but as a topic that must be mainstream across all of our programs, and very importantly, across our operations internally. The way we handle administration, finance, procurement, programs, all of that is supposed to consider and include the challenges of disability. And that has been a unique contribution of this Secretary General. And I think you will see in the case of UN in Turkey, for those of you that come from other countries, you should meet the UN resident coordinator. You should expect the resident coordinator to want to meet you. And you should expect that the UN in those countries will take on decisions. This is an issue in the sense that, if we put it this way, it is not voluntary, it's mandatory, but not in the negative sense. But in the sense that if we are about inclusion, if we are about diversity, if we are about leaving no one behind, it is hugely important that we work with those that are facing these challenges. So on that note, let me conclude again by thanking so much the organizers. I hope to say the acronym right. Well, ICR, I know I can say, by USIDHR, did I say right? And really, thank you very much for your attention, and to wish you all success at this very challenging time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for honoring us with your presence. And I know you also have meetings. I know you've been working for quite a while already, and you shared that a few moments with us in the speech. And you've been in Canada, and here, and in many other parts of the world representing. And I can tell you that there's not enough people in this world that really need support to forward the mission forward. So for this, I want also to give you the Excellence Award of USIDHR. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very powerful speakers in the house today, and I'm so honored and grateful. And without further ado, let's move further with our program. It is my honor and pleasure to now introduce the Mayor of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu. Please join us on the stage.
Teşekkür ediyorum değerli cümleleriyle daveti için. Bugün sizlerle bir arada olmaktan elbette çok mutluyum. Avcılardayız ve çok en sıcak duygularımla sizleri selamlıyorum. 16 milyon İstanbullu adına sizleri selamlıyorum. Ama bu kent gerçekten dünyanın en yoğun nüfuslarından birine sahip. Gerçek anlamda misafirlerimizle birlikte, sığınmacılarla, mültecilerle birlikte 20 milyona yakın insanı misafir eden yaşatan bir şehirdeyiz. Onun için çok onur duydum. Çok önemli etkinlik nedeniyle de İstanbul adına mutlu olduğumu belirtiyorum.
Event on behalf of the city of Istanbul, and I also would like to thank the distinguished mayor of Avcılar and also the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. I'd like to thank them for their support, as well as, of course, the United Nations for doing this event in Istanbul, in Avcılar. Since we took over the administration, the management of the city, we knew that the fair, equal, and creative city, these were our principles and this was our vision. This is, we said we are not going to leave anyone behind, and we are going to provide equal service to all people of the city. All residents have their needs and their human rights, and we work towards providing that. And we also work really hard so that everyone can benefit as much as they can from social means, so that we can have peaceful, inclusive, and happy city. And this was our determination, and this was our goal. And for people with special needs, we tried to increase their opportunities and make them easier for you to participate in social and economic life. And this is one of our priorities. So, in terms of the needs of the people with special needs, we have a specific unit that work on it. We have a department specifically on disabled individuals. So all of our other departments and units, in all of their projects and in the areas that they support, they do what they can to make the life easier for people with special needs and increase accessibility to the maximum level. And to ensure that all of our units are carrying out projects and they play an active role. And again, all of their actions are planned carefully to achieve that, and I want to express that today. From transportation to employment, from education to health to sports and culture and arts, in every other area we are with them, standing side by side with disabled people. So disabled people and elderly and people with special needs who have difficulties in terms of accessing public transportation are now being provided with free of charge public transportation. And additionally, we are also providing services to kids who have difficulties going to the school every day. And we also provide specific job placement for people with special needs. These were some of our projects that I wanted to mention here today. Additionally, we have also established People with Special Needs Education Center. This is a model that the municipality developed, and it is one of the most comprehensive rehabilitation projects of the whole country. Additionally, rehabilitation, therapy, psychological support, consultancy are again some of the areas that we are actively working on. We have a lot of services, and we also have this short break center, as we call it. this place hosts kids with special needs age 4 to 14 and their families. And here in this center, we support these kids as well as their families. We meet some of their needs in life, while at the same time their family members can get involved socially. Again, we have another special area in Istanbul. In two large camps in Istanbul, we host disabled individuals who are not able to go on vacation every year, every summer. So they come there, they go there. We have these two places in Chile and Furia districts, and they go there and spend a great vacation. All of the public spaces, streets, avenues, and whatnot in Istanbul are being designed in a way that all disabled people can have access to them. And this shows our commitment to the people with special needs. And this is our responsibility as well. We want to achieve a city where everyone can be involved equally and have access to all opportunities. And only then I can consider myself a fair mayor of the city. Otherwise, that's not something that I can say for myself. All of the residents of the city, if all of the residents can have their rights and have their opportunities, then that's what I want to do. And this is our main responsibility as local administrators. And this is also a humanitarian duty. And this is also an important aspect in terms of city democracy. And this is something that we should always keep track of and something we should always monitor. And it should be one of the main principles in terms of city democracy as well. So in order to be able to do this job in the best way possible, we work really hard. And to talk about this subject and also to talk about it internationally, we gathered here today, and I think it will be very fruitful. I can see that already. I think the participants here have taken up this subject as the priority of their life, professionally and personally, and a lot of institutions are represented here today, as well as the municipality of Avcılar, and the mayor of the district. I know that he cares a lot about the rights and opportunities for disabled individuals. Seeing that he also does a lot and hosts you here is a great thing to see. I wish you the most success in this summit, and again hope that the world will benefit a lot from the results of this and the outcomes of this summit. And I also would like to say that we are also going to be following really closely as a metropolitan municipality the results and outcomes of this event. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, and
Çok
we are
teşekkürler.
really grateful for taking a couple of minutes of your very busy schedule. I know there are so many events here happening. We feel so welcome, and it's such a big city here in Istanbul. So on behalf of the team at U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, we would like to award you the Excellence Award, and thank you for all the hard work you're doing every single day for disability rights, human rights in general here in the city of Istanbul. Thank you. I very understand, and we appreciate it so much of being here with us so far. It's okay. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much, Mayor İmamoğlu. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. Yüksel Taşkın, Vice Chairman of the Republican People's Party. Thank you so much.
First of all, as a representative of political party, I would like to greet you on behalf of Republican People's Party chairman and our members, and about the persons with special needs or disabled persons topic is a very long, so I think that it would be sufficient for me to only talk about simple principles. So I don't want to bore you by extending our official protocol talks. We don't want this to be a boring talk, and I will try not to bore you. I will start with the constitution of our constitution. The Article 49 says the work is a right and responsibility, and Article 52 sets the right for education. 56 issues the right of health, and 60 provides everyone with the right of social security, and we, for all our citizens and our people with special needs in that frame. So for everyone, when we implement these 4 articles for everyone, there are no problems left. So our understanding, as our Mayor of Avcılar mentioned, it's based on rights, not about given for nothing, it's about rights. So in this sense, so we defend the effective and fair participation of all members of the country to everything. So that's the perspective we are looking at it. So I would like to say a few things about United Nations. I'm talking about principles, not about politics or promises. So United Nations, our internal legislations and regulations, we promise as a part, we will issue our legislation and regulations according to the United Nations legislation, according in the scope of the disabled rights. Also, we give another promise regarding the divisibility. So we have a clear standing in this kind. So about discrimination, we will define the types of discrimination, we will issue a law against discrimination, and we will reverse the responsibility of proof. So the person who discriminates will have to prove that they did not discriminate. I don't know how to translate it, but we care about such a regulation. And another issue is participation. We are designing disability-free policies directorate. So our goal is to add the non-governmental organizations, and we want to learn. And as politicians, we don't say that we know everything. We are open to learning, and with our disability-free directorate, we will have someone to issue and monitor all issues regarding that. Also in Turkey, maybe our guests don't know, but we have so many special needed individuals that stay alive by getting wages from government, but they get these wages considering their families condition, and they get this wage or not depending on the poorness of the family. We don't think that it is fair, and we will make an income tax to the disabled individual themselves, and we will not give this wage to the family itself but to the individual. But of course I'm not going into details, but in the principal levels, as you know, that there is a system of public monitor system, and we will assign a special needed person as a public monitor, and they will have their own staff, and they will be able to monitor all kinds of unfairness acts. They will be able to monitor and combat these. We believe in being able to learn, and I hope I didn't take long. I would like to wish you a good summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Çok sağ olun, çok sağ olun.
Thank you so much. We are advancing very quickly with our schedule. So next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Emilia Razepi, Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo, who came from very far away to join us for some moments here in Istanbul. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Günaydın herkese.
Ladies and gentlemen, my great honor as the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, responsible for human rights first, and the rights of the non-majority community, but as well as the national coordinator for the people with disabilities, to participate to this international summit dedicated to the persons with disability in all our countries. As we are all aware, each 10 person in the world lives with some form of disability, and the majority of them is fighting huge lack of understanding and discrimination within their families, as well within an environment in which they are living. Many of them are still facing social and physical obstacles such prejudice towards the disabilities, lack of infrastructure, access and to the information of communications means, facing poverty and being excluding from the society in general. Persons with disabilities, apart of having fight with their body invalidity, they also have to fight with the context breaking of their human rights. We know that the law of prevention of discrimination of persons with disability have and then objective to forward on to forbid the discrimination of persons with disabilities, to respect the human rights, to engage all its citizens in spheres of the social life, and to be equal basis as well. To engage persons with disabilities in all processes in which the decision on their rights and obligation is made. To goal of the priority of the government of the Republic of Kosovo is the rule of the law, with creation on the society which equal each every of citizens without any sort of discrimination based on the national, religious, racial, or any other basis. So, due to that, on September 22, 2021, we have established a strategic action plan for the rights of persons with disability within the Republic of Kosovo, which is focused on the health system, social care, employment, education, legal protection, and equal access. On November 30, 2021, our government announcing the year of 22 to the year of person with disability. where an obligation to all institutions was given to through the calendar of activities, mobilize all human resource, and through of the government advising body for the persons with disability, where I am a coordinator, and in cooperation with all association of blind and deaf persons, as well with various difficult associations, conducted the monitoring of the playing activities for which we have a dedicated budget, and we are fully supporting them in these 7 components: healthcare, education, employment, infrastructures, access, social care, culture and sport, justice and safety. Respected participation, the Republic of Kosovo is having a rich legal frame for the protection of persons with disability, but in our constitutions we are lacking the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability. Earlier on, in the capacity of the member of the parliament, I was personally fighting for the matter in the parliament, and I am again now personally engaged and expect then that our government will very soon come with decision of launching of an amendment to the constitution in order to incorporate the United Nations Convention of Discrimination of Persons with Invalidity in Article 22 of our Constitution, and with that supported our Parliament to successfully pass the same one. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely glad to be today in this place with people who are having different life and professional experiences, much more than I have. We can learn a lot from each other, and only with the joint forces we can develop our societies in breaking all sorts of prejudices, stereotypes about any sort of discrimination towards any of our citizens. Our common success reachable only when we are all the same, all equal. At the end, please allow me to thank you once again for giving me an opportunity to speak up about this very, very important topic, to convey my personal greetings, as well as the greetings from the government of Republic of Kosovo and our Prime Minister, Mr. Albin Kurti, and wish you a successful work during this summit. And it's my obligation to publicly thank to all international organizations, embassies, who are supporting our institutions, our NGO sector, throughout all these years after the war we had in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I really appreciate your kind words to us, to the team, to the organization, and for making the time to actually be here with us. So please join me here in receiving the Excellence Award on behalf of the USIDHR. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving further, I would now like to invite the president of the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum, who unfortunately wasn't able to come here to join us today in person due to some emergencies, but Ms. Fadila Green, she's here with us to deliver his speech. So please, Ms. Green, join us on stage.
Good morning, good night, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which is an international institution working on youth capacity building under the OIC, which is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the other almost UN of the Muslim world, where Turkey is part of this organization. And I would like to start the statement of the president of the ICYF, Islamic Organization Forum, by extending my warm greetings and gratitude to all of you, the participants, and to the organizers, to the partners. Special gratitude to the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, USIDHR, for this unique partnership. We are honored to join our efforts on this very exceptional summit. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to take part in this valuable international summit and to share some of our thoughts, especially on how young people with disability, despite all surrounding challenges, are able to create a better future for themselves and for others. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this summit is meant to bring together governments, businesses, and civil society to converse about policies for diversity and inclusion, and feature the latest technologies and services for people with disabilities. It's also intends to help share best practices on creating more inclusive workplaces for people with disabilities and developing strategies for better employment opportunities. This can be held through policies on disability inclusion, especially during conflicts and crises, preventing disability discrimination in workplace especially, and promoting leadership and social responsibility. This summit focuses on public-private partnership and social responsibility as means for greater inclusion for people with disabilities. This means we have learned about the work of governments and businesses so as to promote inclusion and make the world friendlier and more welcoming for people with disabilities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to the WHO, around 10% of the world children and young people have physical or mental health impairment. There is currently around 220 million youth with disabilities around the world. Nearly 80% of them live in developing countries with many challenges and limitations. However, in the OIC countries, the official statistics on people with disabilities have seen a rise over the last decades. This is making more pressure and need on societies, and this is true especially among youth, especially in conditions of conflicts, wars, disasters, and climate change. In many developing countries, people with disabilities continue to face lasting inequalities in social, economic, cultural, environmental, and political spheres. Discrimination against them just makes their situation worse. In many OIC countries, and because of socio-economic challenges, lacking physical structures, limited social integration policies, physical barriers such housing, steps, transportations, and communication, people with disabilities are not fully integrated into the social life. Those challenges cause people with disabilities to endure adverse socioeconomic outcomes, such as less education, poor health care, less employment, and higher poverty rates, and consequently, limited contribution to the development and to their communities and their societies. Ladies and gentlemen, Engaging youth with disabilities requires effective methods and activities, in addition to easy access to available youth programs. We need a holistic approach involving all stakeholders, one that ensures all receives respect, appreciation, and the chance to join and participate, whether with regards to overcoming social barriers, building of capacity, or support in leadership. Both multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approach are needed, as His Excellency from the UN mentioned. Engaging youth with disability also requires focus on set of life, personal skills and social skills, high communication skills, fine vocational skills, as well as training to achieve life goals and smooth integration into the labor market. One of the major obstacles, the psychological and mental well-being, is fundamental. This is because this is facing all youth, but especially people with disabilities, because we work not only to ensure safe and effective physical inclusion and access for people with disabilities, but also their mental and psychological well-being and development. With appropriate healthcare and well-being services, people with disabilities would be able to enjoy productive and healthy life. Partnership with multiple public sectors such as health, education, employment, judicial, housing, social and other relevant sectors is required and a mandate. Engaging with private sector, development agencies, academic and research institutions, civil society, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, and service providers, and people with disabilities themselves will not only assist policymakers to better and understand the real problems, but also will help generate and innovative, fast-track, and cost-effective solutions. So involving people with disabilities is part of the solution. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is time to produce real and innovative solutions, and that's why we are in this summit. For the problem faced by people with disabilities, especially given the widespread human rights violation and discrimination. And for that, I'm very thankful to the U.S. Institute of Human Rights and Diplomacy, because taking this major step towards organizing this summit, bringing all the stakeholders together, government, policymakers, NGOs, institutions, academicians, this is the right approach to address this issue. The human rights perspective is essential to developing policies for people with disabilities. What is needed is policies and initiatives that help improve the life quality of people with disabilities and ensure inclusive societies where all enjoy rights and beyond all dignity. There is also a need for economic integration, access to education and social protection networks. Another challenge for people with disabilities is the cultural codes, which is not much spoken of, ingrained in societies regarding the competency, mobility, and capacity of people with disabilities. People with disabilities are sometimes viewed as either intellectually inferior or physically less capable or abnormal. In this context, we should recall the OIC Plan of Action called for more conversation and improving the state of disabilities through enhancing intra-cooperation. According to the OIC Plan of Action, people with disabilities, irrespective of their background, race, age, gender, have the right for dignified life. The OIC Plan emphasizes on the need for services, policies, legislation, plans, strategies, programs, and to promote the respect and dignity for people with disabilities. Throughout their life span, people with disabilities made great contributions to the development of their communities. Despite their potential, however, their participation and contribution is still very limited. This means untapping the potentials of people with disabilities in developing countries, especially in the OIC region context, emerge as very critical challenge for development. We should all work together to improve the accessibility, affordability of education institutions and programs, the training of services providers and families on people with disabilities, investing in rehabilitation and special care services in education institutions, ensuring access to education in rural and urban areas, ensuring access to health services, improving disease and disability prevention, encouraging economic integration, enhancing skills for development according to labor markets, and creating strengthening organizations operated by people with disabilities. Last, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to share with you a story of a person with disability that I wanted really to promote this practice that we should be sharing their stories. It's all about people's stories. The story of Ghanem Al-Muftah, who we may all have seen recently in the screens of the opening ceremony of Qatar World Cup 22 FIFA. This young man with caudal regression syndrome appeared along with Morgan Freeman. On many occasions, Ghanem Al-Muftah describes himself as follows: "My body is very small, but my heart is very big. God gave me many blessings, so why don't I smile? I built myself, my knowledge, my life skills, and I inspire all the people. My life story is an inspiration for all people with disabilities. They all can achieve what I achieve through work, support." Missing half of his body, Ghanem added, "I accepted my disability and I coexisted with it with love and peace." This young man with a disability owns businesses, enjoys nature and adventures, does many sports, knows few languages, and spreads love and inspiration to those around him. At ICYF, we reach our commitment working together with our partners, especially with USIHR, for youth and youth with disabilities, helping to improve their own well-being while supporting them through knowledge, skills, and experiences. Many thanks again to the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights team and all the great partners who made this event possible. Special thanks to Isabel for her efforts and for her dedication. Special thanks to all of you for listening, and shout out for all the people with disabilities who made it to this summit, who are actually able. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grain. Thank you. I appreciate you being here with us. Send our regards and best to the president of ICIF and the entire team, and we appreciate you being here with us. So we are moving next to the schedule. It is my honor and pleasure to now introduce to you Her Excellency Irene Esambo, Minister for People with Disabilities from the Democratic Republic of Congo. She's a very special woman. Actually, she's the first woman Minister of Disability in the world. So I want you all to give her a big round of applause because she made great efforts to be here with us today, and we are so grateful for having her here. Please welcome. And she's going to speak in French, and our colleague here is going to help translate.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités en vos titres et qualités. À l'occasion de la Journée internationale des personnes avec handicap célébrée le 3 décembre de chaque année. Et cette année, célébrée sous le thème « Un travail décent pour les personnes avec handicap ». J'ai saisi cette opportunité pour d'abord remercier tous les organisateurs de m'avoir donné cette opportunité de pouvoir partager avec vous la réalité de la République démocratique du Congo en ce qui concerne l'inclusion sociale des personnes vivant avec handicap. Permettez-moi, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, de pouvoir rendre d'abord hommage à son Excellence, Monsieur Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, le président de la République démocratique du Congo, qui, par sa vision novatrice par rapport à l'inclusion sociale des personnes vivant avec handicap, a créé au sein du gouvernement central un ministère dédié aux personnes avec handicap, et il a pensé que par rapport à la question des personnes avec handicap, il faut aussi promouvoir la visibilité de ces personnes, et il a voulu que ça soit dirigé par une personne avec handicap et de surcroît femme. Et j'ai saisi du haut de cette tribune, on a parlé de la question des femmes avec handicap. Ce sont des personnes qui souffrent d'une double marginalisation. D'abord en tant que femmes, et à cela s'ajoute le facteur handicap. Et le président de la République démocratique du Congo a pensé qu'il faut vraiment que nous puissions mettre un accent particulier pour la promotion des personnes avec handicap, pour la lutte contre les inégalités, mais aussi pour leur participation et tenir compte de tous ceux-là qui ont un double handicap dans la société. Et pour cela, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il a boosté l'adoption de la loi organique. C'est une loi que nous avons pour la toute première fois qui parle de la protection et de la promotion des personnes avec handicap. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, comme vous le savez, la République démocratique du Congo est victime dans sa partie est d'une guerre d'agression nous imposée par la République du Rwanda sous couvert du mouvement terroriste M23 qui ne cesse d'endeuiller notre population et d'augmenter les taux de personnes avec handicap. Cette guerre est devenue pratiquement une machine à fabrication de personnes avec handicap, pas seulement en République démocratique du Congo, mais aussi dans toute l'Afrique centrale. Nous en appelons alors à la communauté internationale qui a reconnu et condamné le soutien du Rwanda à ces groupes terroristes pour que cesse cette guerre d'agression qui est injuste et qui, je le confirme, est devenue une machine à augmentation de personnes avec handicap en Afrique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, partant du thème retenu pour cette année, un travail décent pour les personnes handicapées, le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, à travers mon ministère, a mis en place une administration de services et de métiers pour répondre aux besoins spécifiques de personnes vivant avec handicap. Cependant, nous faisons face à plusieurs défis. Premier défi, nous avons le problème d'inaccessibilité des personnes avec handicap aux infrastructures, au transport, à la communication et à l'information. Deuxième défi, nous avons le problème de la pauvreté caractérisée par l'errance et la mendicité des personnes avec handicap. Troisième défi, nous avons l'absence de données statistiques sur les personnes avec handicap par catégorie, par sexe, par âge, par formation et par prédominance du handicap dans les provinces. Bien que les estimations au niveau des organisations internationales et nationales disent que nous avons plus de 15% de la population générale et qui vit avec handicap dans mon pays. Face à tous ces défis, le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, à travers mon ministère, a dans un premier temps envisagé de faire d'abord la construction d'un immeuble adapté devant servir de ministère pour les personnes avec handicap. Nous avons besoin de cet immeuble parce que ça doit servir de modèle pour tous les gouvernements et pour les autres institutions, ainsi que la construction des infrastructures sportives adaptées pour le sport paralympique ayant en leur sein des centres orthopédiques dans les 26 provinces de notre pays. En deuxième lieu, nous avons l'autonomisation des personnes avec handicap par la mise en place des centres d'action pour le travail adapté aux personnes avec handicap, afin de les sortir de l'errance et de la mendicité, notamment en développant l'agriculture adaptée à travers la production, la transformation et la commercialisation. Nous avons en troisième lieu l'élaboration de la cartographie du handicap dans les 26 provinces pour avoir une base de données permettant au gouvernement et aux autres acteurs de mieux orienter les projets d'inclusion des personnes avec handicap. Et enfin, nous avons l'appui à l'éducation inclusive des enfants avec handicap assorti des opportunités d'emploi adaptées à leurs conditions, aussi bien dans le milieu urbain que dans le village. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, je termine mon allocution de ce jour par appeler les partenaires traditionnels de la République démocratique du Congo ainsi que les autres partenaires soucieux du bien-être des personnes avec handicap d'accompagner le gouvernement de mon pays dans ses efforts visant l'inclusion sociale et l'autonomisation des personnes avec handicap, ainsi que l'avènement de la paix et la sécurité tant en République démocratique du Congo que dans l'ensemble de la région centre d'Afrique. Je tiens à vous remercier, Excellences et Messieurs, Mesdames et Messieurs, très sincèrement pour cette tribune que vous avez offerte à mon pays pour échanger avec vous sur la réalité de la République démocratique du Congo concernant l'inclusion des personnes avec handicap, et je vous remercie.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests with its respected titles and capacities, on the occasion of the International Day of People with Disabilities celebrated on the 3rd of December of each year, and which will feature the theme of distant work for people with disabilities in 2022, I take this opportunity to first thank organizers of these meetings for the opportunity given to my country to share the experience of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Thank you so
in the
much.
field of
Thank you so
disability.
much. And also we have
With
an
all
award
the
for
participants.
President Tshisekedi,
I like to
especially
pay
to
a
him,
special
and we
tribute
want
to
to
His
give it to
Excellence
him, okay,
Mr.
on our
Felix
behalf.
Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Republic, Head of State, who in his vision of social inclusion created within the central government a portfolio department dedicated to people with disabilities.
So while my colleague is going to stop for a second, thank you. Please give her a big round of applause. She received, as the first woman minister of disability, the Excellence Award on behalf of USIDHR and also President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He really wanted to join us today. Unfortunately, the situation in the country did not allow him to be here, but he is in our hearts, so we are sending him home this award. So we trust that the minister is going to give him the award. Thank you so much. You may continue. Thank you.
Merci. So, in order to provide appropriate solutions for the promotion and protection of their rights, their effective empowerment and participation in society. To help with this process, he has boosted the adoption of the organic law regarding the protection and promotion of the human rights with disability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which entered into force today on the 1st December 2022. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as you know, the Democratic Republic of Congo is a victim in its eastern part of a war of aggression imposed on us by Rwanda under the guise of the terrorist movement M23, which continue to bring mourning to our population and to increase the rates of people with disabilities both in the Democratic Republic of Congo and in all the Central African region. We call upon the international community, which has recognized and condemned the support of Rwanda, to continue to pressure to stop this unjust war. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, based on the theme chosen for this year's decent work for people with disabilities, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, through my ministry, has set up an administration of services and professions to meet the specific needs set of people with disabilities, all categories combined. However, we face many challenges. This includes the following: the accessibility to infrastructure, transportation, communication, and information for people with disabilities. Poverty characterized by wandering and begging by people with disabilities. The absence of statistical data on people with disabilities by category, gender, age, education, of disability by province, although international and national NGOs estimate that more than 15% of the general population of the country. To face all these challenges, the government of the Republic, through my ministry, intends as a first step the instruction of an adapted building to house the ministry, as well as sports infrastructure adapted for Paralympic sports, having within them centers orthodoxic in the 26 provinces of the country in order to support athletes with disabilities both on the domestic and the international level. The empowerment of people with disabilities through the establishment of centers for action to work to get them out of wandering and begging, in particular by developing adapted agriculture through production, processing, and marketing. The implementation of a disability mapping in the 26 provinces to have a database assisting the government and other actors to provide better guidance on their intervention. Supporting inclusive education for children with disabilities provided with employment opportunities adapted to their conditions in urban areas as well as rural areas. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude my speech by calling on the traditional partners of the Democratic Republic of Congo as well as the other partners concerned about the well-being of people with disabilities to support the government of my country in its efforts towards social inclusion and the empowerment of people with disabilities, as well as the establishment of peace and security on the eastern part of our country than in the Central African sub-region. I would like to thank you very much for this summit that you have offered to my country to exchange with you our reality in terms of social inclusion of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for translating for us. We are now would like to invite on stage Queen Mother, the Ambassador of Goodwill of Africa at the United Nations. Queen Mother, please join us on stage.
Of my ancestors, I come before you. Today is a very moving day for me as an elder. I'm over 80 years old and I am traveling the world. But to be here today is very, very important before the world community. What we are doing for the disability of our divine family. Yes, Queen Mother understands and Queen Mother knows. And what I wanted to leave with you as we move through the conference, a film. It's only 3 minutes, but it tells the story Queen Mother wants to leave with you. Disability, what is that? We may define it in many ways. I'm going to leave it with you as we look at and as we discuss and gather here to address human rights. Every human being should be protected by human rights. You have rights. And as I leave from Istanbul, Turkey, I will be going to Geneva to human rights to deposit what we did here. This is a historical moment presented in civil society as one of the goals of the United Nations sustainable development of our society and our community. But I'm being to you not only as a mother, but a caregiver. What is our position and what is our concerns and what is our duty and what is our responsibility to the disabled persons of our community and to our family? It's our responsibility to care for them, to give them all the love within us, and to respond to all the love they can give back to us. To bond with that loving one that we care for. I'm not going to say any more because it would be a long journey for Queen Mother to have taken care of a special little angel for over 40 years. The world said she would not live between 3 months and 6 months of her life. But the divine energy had another plan for her and me. She had lived over 40 years, where cared for by the medical profession, but the love each other in bonding makes a big difference in the medical field of understanding. And I leave that with you through the moving energy of a 3-minute film that I put together and produced it for you to enjoy and be a part of. So throughout, Isabella, the time that we are moving around with each other, the film will be shown to you. And I want you to take it as your own in caring for a special need in your community that is so dear to us, and completing the bonded love that we must have for each other. Words will not be able to express what they give back to us and what we give to them. But the bonding is so precious in sustaining life for all of us. So from the royal court of Kush, I leave with you from the kingdom of Kush, from the royal court of Harlem and New York. Blessings to all of you as we go forward with the human rights. Forward with human rights. Forward with human rights, which they have a right to live in harmony and peace with the elements of life itself. And Queen Mother, thank you for allowing me to represent the disability in the world, and particular in the voice energy of member states of the United Nations. So Queen Mother, say again, I thank you on behalf of disabilities and presenting to you.
Thank you so much, Queen Mother, for always blessing us with your kind words, please. You're always a blessing for us, and for those who did not join us from the beginning, Queen Mother was here with us, and Mayor Hunterly, when we came up with the project in mind of International Summit on Disability Rights. So I would like to invite shortly Mayor of Hunterly with me on stage so that we can award Queen Mother the Excellence Award for all the years of dedication and passion, and for making us your children, so that we can take this message from here, Istanbul, from New York, all around the globe. Thank you again for traveling and being here today with us. Please, Mayor Hunterly, join us on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. A lot of great personalities, okay? So I want to let you know we are a bit behind schedule, so I'm trying to move things faster. But I want you to understand all these people have traveled across oceans to be here with us. So please give everyone a big round of applause so far, because we had an amazing lineup of speakers, okay? Are you feeling good? Okay, there's still energy in you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. So now it's my pleasure and honor to introduce all the way from New York, Chaplain Commander-in-Chief of the International Alliance of Chaplains and Law Enforcement, Bishop Dr. Luis Emilio Periaga. Please, Chaplain, join us on stage. And I'm actually going to stay with you on stage to translate. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, excelentísimo cuerpo diplomático, representantes de gobiernos y de naciones en esta actividad.
Your Excellency Antonio Gutierrez, Secretary General of the United Nations, the diplomatic corps joining us from different nations present at the event.
Distinguidas autoridades de esta ciudad de Estambul, mi respeto y gracias por la acogida que nos han dado.
Distinguished local authorities from here, from Istanbul, and I want to give you all the thanks in the world for the great food we've been tasting so far.
Distinguidos oficiales de la que me acompañan desde Nueva York, altos oficiales de la Junta, el alto mando de la Alianza Internacional de Capellanes y personal de seguridad nacional.
Distinguished guests who are also joining us from our team of chaplains and the high-level council of chaplains here in New York who travel with us to Istanbul.
Para quien les habla, es un grato honor poder participar en este magno cónclave internacional y además tener el privilegio de dirigirme a todos y cada uno de ustedes.
For me, it's a high honor to be able to participate in this great international conclave and to have the privilege of addressing each one of you to contribute to the best quality of life of those people who by some whim of life have a disability.
Estamos seguros de que este evento va a contribuir a la mejor calidad y condiciones de todas aquellas personas que por algún capricho de la vida hoy tienen alguna discapacidad.
We are so grateful and we trust that this event is going to contribute so much for all the people who have a disability and not.
Nuestra institución, que opera en alrededor de 30 países, ha venido desarrollando una fecunda labor social y comunitaria en diferentes países y diferentes estados de los Estados Unidos.
Our organization, who we have a presence in over 30 countries, they came here to join you in this efforts of spreading the word of disability, and at the same time we do so many social and cultural programs all over the world.
Pero también hemos trabajado con personas en condición de discapacidad, la cual hemos graduado cantidades de ellos como capellanes y como policías en servicios voluntarios.
We are so grateful and to be able to qualify and certify so many chaplains in law enforcement that have a disability.
Finalmente, damas y caballeros, en mi condición de fundador, presidente y comandante en jefe de esta institución que hoy estoy representando aquí,
finally, in my capacity as founder of the national organization chaplain and the commander-in-chief of this institution that I'm representing here today,
y que además tengo el honor de ser acompañado una vez más, repito, por un alto grupo de ellos. Por favor, póngase en pies.
please join us. I want to present the 15 members of my team who are joining us, the chaplains from New York.
Para nosotros es de sumo placer que se nos haya invitado a un evento como este para manifestar nuestra empatía, nuestro apoyo y nuestra sensibilidad hacia esa comunidad.
We are so grateful you have invited us to this wonderful event to just show us our support, first of all, but second, to be here and be that voice for people with disability.
Quiero felicitar a la honorable Isabel Bladiu, ¿así? Ok. Directora del Instituto de Diplomacia y Derechos Humanos, por escoger tan importante tema para discutir en este gran evento, que estoy seguro que va a ser de mucho bien y muchas soluciones sabias para las personas en condición de discapacidad.
I want to give thanks to Isabel Vadoyo, the founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, for choosing to do an event on this topic, which I'm very, very sure right now that it's going to bring a great outcome in the world.
Finalmente, permítanme invocar el favor de Dios, la bendición de Dios Padre, Hijo y Espíritu Santo, para que nos ilumine a todos durante el desarrollo y conclusión de este evento.
Allow me also to take the opportunity to invoke God's favor for our health and personal success, and why not for the opportunity to gather for the health of all of us who are here.
Y la mejor forma de hacerlo, quiero entregarle una medalla a la anfitriona y al instituto. Si quieren pasar por aquí, los que componen el instituto, tengan los objetivos de la organización. Para el esposo.
Isabel, it's a pleasure for us to present to you in front of this congregation this recognized for you for your diplomacy and the work for this project.
Thank you very much. And I also would like to ask, please don't leave. My team is bringing the Excellence Award. Please give them a round of applause. Look at them. Please don't leave the stage right now. I want to give Capellán. Esa es una medalla de parte de nosotros. Lo otorgo el premio de excelencia. Gracias por venir. Gracias por traer a su equipo. Thank you so much for being here. And we are awarding you the Excellence Award. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Yes. Thank you. This is exciting. So we have governments, we have civil society, we have law enforcement, we have locals and international governments. We have international organizations, we have volunteers, we have staff, we have people coming from all over the world. Do you want to take a guess how many countries are in this room at this moment? More than 60 countries from all that we did a short survey in a short period of time from over 6 continents. So next year, I think we'll do a better job getting Antarctica also over here, but 6 continents. So please give a round of applause to all of you for being here also with us today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker of today, which is Dr. Andres Vaz, who's representing the United Nations, and she's one of the SDG ambassadors. Thank you, Dr. Vaz.
El Kelsey Marabal. Avcılar, Belediye Başkanı Teşekkür ederim. Excellency, distinguished guests, delegate, dear colleagues. I'm here today to speak on a subject dear to my heart. Thanks to the Mayor of Avcılar and USIDHR for applying the basic human rights and the Sustainable Development Goal 10, 16, and 17, equality, inclusion, and collaboration. Thank you for realizing the Sustainable Development Goals were created by us, for us, with us, and without us, they do not have any movement, anything going forward. Persons with disability is discriminated globally. We have figured out how to stop that. Several organizations working for persons with disability, the government, civil society, and with partnership need to recognize that that's the way we can move forward. The Goal 10 and the Sustainable Development Goal was exactly created for disability. More often, they think about health without precision on disability. And most of the time, we believe people with disability are the one either have a scotch, have a wheelchair, but what about the one you don't see? I call that the invisible disability. We got 13% of the population have somebody who live with disability. That's exactly 1 billion worldwide. What we have to do about it? More policy. I don't say on papers. More implementation of policy. I was amazed. That's the first time I came to a country I was satisfied with the subway. And that was amazing. You have elevator and you have escalator. That's mean if one doesn't work, the other one will provide. And that's an accomplishment. And I can say the government or the mayor think about people with disability and his plan. We need to act on that. A lot of you came, you register, but you didn't see the sign. And I want that to stay with you today. Diversity is a fact because you can see diversity. But inclusion is an act. I want everyone to start thinking how I'm going to act in my neighborhood. I'm going to be kind to the person with disability. Sometimes they don't have to ask you. How many times we pass on the street, we see somebody struggle because it's disabled, we close our eyes. That summit is the landmark of your action. Turkey is the first. I hope Turkey is not the last. Thank you for them to leading the way. We have to act on. Let's act on. Let's make people of disability feel they are able, not disabled. Et missing isn't there. Let's go Turkey. Let's act on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bass. We appreciate your kind words and being here with us today. Next, we are honored to invite Dr. Selahattin Aydin of the International Union Braille Quran Services. Please join us on stage. A big round of applause.
Çok değerli misafirler, muhterem hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, dünyanın çok farklı ülkesinden kilometrelerce yol kat ederek
distinguished people, and we have gathered to talk about a very important subject with all of you, and I'm very happy to be a part of that. And in that line, I would like to thank all of the organizing institutes, such as US Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, Miss Isabel, as well as the Municipality of Avcılar and our Metropolitan Mayor. So the subject of disability is one of the most important ones, because we face a lot of dramatic events in terms of this. So today, what we are talking about is actually to take a step on, for example, for the people who try to navigate the sidewalks in Manhattan. So, and I would like to hear also the voices of those disabled people who lit the torch and started a movement called the Deaf President Now. And this issue is something that the world faced many difficult struggles, and it's been difficult to come to today. And I'd like to talk about a few more aspects on that. First of all, disabled rights is a subject, is a part of human rights that we are very globalized. This is very important for disabled individuals. And in the year 1990, it started with the American Disability Act. And the American Disability Act, it seemed like a local regulation at first, but its radical provisions it provided shaped many countries and their policy making, and it served as a reference act for all countries. After that, UN took some initiatives, and many valuable legal documents have been realized. And now today, UN Rights of Disabled Individuals Convention is one of the most fundamental documents. So, rights of disabled individuals is also about women's rights and also rights of blacks, and many other initiatives are affected by it, and they are connected. And now the marginalized groups and their problems being global is something we see. And I think the disabled rights can set an example for all marginalized groups and their rights. But we still have a long way to go. The Republic of Turkey in the last 20 years made a lot of important moves. The vice chairman of the Republican People's Party spoke this morning, and they have a great vision. And the Republic has a great vision and a lot of important steps to take. So seeing an important event like this is being hosted by a municipality in Istanbul is also a great thing to see. So the fact that the rights of disabled individuals is a globalized subject brings a lot of opportunities. And one of that opportunities is that now we see the concept of right is now changing. It first started with basic rights of life, but now we have more sophisticated demands for disabled people. And in terms of meeting those demands, we are doing a lot of international collaborations, and we want to make them even stronger. Another thing is that another important issue for disabled individuals was to get involved in labor markets. But now we are advancing with the technology, and that brings in new opportunities for us, for disabled individuals. Because if you have technology, you can almost completely remove all disabilities. So this means you are able to remove barriers with technology. Also, Accessibility Act is also an important attempt, and UN's convention showed and set an example in terms of policy making. But now we have another demand, and that is to make all of those global regulations and acts more accessible. According to Europe's accessibility law, which is a new recent one, according to that initiative, all services and products must be accessible by all. So now we won't have to build special libraries for disabled people anymore, because already all of the books that are being made are going to have to be accessible by all. So this in and of itself removes a discrimination, because every product and service is for everyone that way. And with this law of the EU, a lot of new opportunities are available for disabled individuals. Because again, technology also gives us the chance to be a part of the labor market, and also gives us a chance to take initiative to stand on our own feet. So technology means nothing for us without us. So all of the new developments should be made in line with the accessibility concept. So as I've also mentioned at the beginning of my speech, humanity experienced a lot of difficult things in terms of disability. Many people lost their lives, and we needed a new paradigm. I think this paradigm is all about understanding that differences are an opportunity rather than a roadblock. So we have to step aside from the understanding that disability is a problem, but rather see it as an opportunity or as a value for society. So I think this new paradigm can be voiced even louder, and also it is important for us to theoretically feel that concept, because we now understand disability can also bring forward new opportunities. Because differences, and disability is a difference by itself, and these differences bring new opportunities. I'd like to share really interesting examples about that. So the invention of the telephone, it's invented by people with hearing disabilities. Because when people worked on that issue, they invented the telephone basically. Or, for example, the devices developed by Kurzweil. The supporting technologies in terms of the visually impaired people reading books. So that product is also a result of that. So looking at this from a wider perspective, we understand that these differences provide opportunities and advantages for humanity. But of course, humanity is having difficulties in terms of seeing how these differences can bring opportunities. So I think we should gather around the concept of accessibility and also around the concept of that our differences are opportunities. And I think this new paradigm is exactly what the world needs. And I think people gathered here today are going to be the pioneers of that new paradigm. And I'm very happy to be a part of this group of people. It's very exciting to be here with you today. So with that said, I'd like to thank once again for the organizational committee of this event. Welcome to Turkey.
Thank you so much,
Çok
Dr.
teşekkür
Salahuddin.
ediyoruz.
We
Selahattin Bey'e.
appreciate you being here with us today.
Burada bulunduğunuz için çok mutluyuz.
Next, I would like to invite on stage with us His Excellency Ali Tezolmes, Honorary Consul of Vietnam in Istanbul. Please, Your Excellency, join us.
According to surveys, there are 7% of population have some form of disability, which translates into 7 million people. But there are also some studies that put that number around 15%. And I looked into that, and it was because they included non-visible disabilities into their calculation. And the same studies showed that non-visible disabilities were growing at an alarming rate. So today I'll approach the subject from a broader perspective, and I'll talk about non-visible disabilities and how we can include the people with non-visible disabilities to public life. First of all, let me give you a brief explanation of what non-visible disabilities are. According to CDR, Center for Disabilities Rights, the lists include dementia, traumatic brain injuries, diabetes even into that. So it doesn't outwardly show your disabilities like the visible in the case of visible disabilities. We have, major portion of the thing is they don't use any support as for their disabilities. So that is the difference between visible and non-visible disability. There are two major problems with non-visible disabilities. One, people do not disclose their disabilities. Unless they disclose it, we don't have the exact numbers for the number of disabilities. That's the first problem. That is the issue of non-disclosure. The second one is the societal reaction. Because you don't have any visible signs from the person, people sometimes reprimand or stare at the person, and that puts further pressure to the person not to disclose their disabilities. So, in conclusion, our suggestion is to include people with non-visible or hidden or concealed disability to the public life. Is that there has to be a public awareness, a training towards public awareness, a mindfulness towards non-visible disability. And the second one is we need to educate people how to approach a person with non-visible disability. That is, being more kind, more tolerant. And third is vocational training by the governments, by the local governments or the federal governments. That is, for example, let's say focused, in the case of hyper-focused thing, you can lead them towards, more patient, more focused vocations like designing, software programming. So vocational training is one more thing. In summary, what I'm trying to say is there is no one legislation that fits all. We have to be flexible in the case of non-visible disabilities. And, we have to be kind, we have to be tolerant towards our human beings. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm not going to drag this on. Thank you for this opportunity. May God be with you. Thank you.
So much, Your Excellency. Thank you for being here today with us, and I appreciate it. So we are running very, very, very fast, but according to the schedule, the break isn't until 10 minutes. So I would like everyone who went outside to come back inside, because we want to make sure that all our guests feel welcome. So please, everyone, join us back here in the room quietly. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Yusuf Çelebi, President of the Turkey Disabled Confederations of Associations. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Herkese merhaba. Hoş geldiniz.
Municipality, I would like to thank you came here from 64 countries to work together and to find a solution together. And let's say, bit of a first in Turkey, let's say there is no disability. My esteemed Deputy Vice Chairman of Republican People's Party, I would like to thank you for coming here and by having the international summits on disability rights being held in Avcılar is so meaningful. First of all, Istanbul, the most beautiful city of Turkey, and our mayor of Avcılar, I would like to say that saying me disabled is a little bit hard on me because eyes, hands, or legs don't govern the government. Only minds govern them. But I don't say it's cyber because of it. Mr. Turan, everyone knows you, but would you like to stand up? Mr. Turan's arms do not govern the government. His mind, his ideas, his information on his mind governs the government. So before then, they managed the Turkish Disabled Confederation. Also, I would like to send their regards to our council here. So our esteemed members of the press, esteemed guests, first of all, as it was mentioned, disability with the press of technology is gradually being defeated. So by saying disabled, we are the ones who are creating disabilities. So I don't want to take you so long, but my esteemed friends, we are saying disabled, 7 billion disabled of people in the world. We have 1 billion. So, most of the disabilities are created by other people. These are firearms, walls, and mines. So our esteemed guests, while you are discussing disability, we should also say to our governments, our MPs, that we should remove the mines and walls and firearms. Then only then we can remove the most of the disabilities. So I would like to end my words with this. My esteemed colleagues, my esteemed friends, I have a disabled colleague here that is a minister. Her ministry differs from other. She is disabled, but her ideas are not disabled. She is governing the government with her ideas. So we should give opportunities. By giving opportunity, I believe that everything could be overcome. And as Mr. Yüksek Taşkın said, that in the future we want to pull the disability to a different position. We are calling them disabled. Why don't we call them peoples, individuals who are disabled? Individuals are disabled. So when they are born, the individuals, they are born with many rights. What are these? Being a citizen, being a human, having education, participating to production, and being a manager in their areas of expertise. So we don't say that the disabled persons want to be a managers. No, we don't say that. We say that the people want to be managers. So they did not want to have the disability. They are not disabled. So what should we do about disabled rights, about the women rights, the black people's rights? While we are saying that, we should say that all of them, people's rights, individual rights, we have to accept it. And by accepting this, by considering this, generalizing this, all disabilities will be removed, I believe. So I would like to conclude my words by saying this to 65 countries. So first of all, my Turans, and we have been working with Mr. Turan for a long time, and you are welcome to his host. And so I would like to conclude like this: more than disabled rights, more people's rights. So as all of disabled persons are individuals, they should be able to become a mayor, bureaucrats, teaching members of universities, etc. Only then you can remove disabled, and once we can live together, only then we can remove disability.
Thank you
I would
so
like to
much.
send you my regards, all. Thanks for the speech.
What a great honor for representing all the disability organizations here. We appreciate agenda, so we still have a couple of minutes, but I promise they have great coffee and great cookies after this, okay? So let's be respectful for our next speakers. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you, Isabel. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Yes, I'm Anila Ali, and today I run 2 non-profits. Honorable secretaries, excellencies, mayor, ministers, and all of you esteemed guests. Thank you to US Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights for putting this forum together, which I think is extremely important. It gives me an opportunity to talk about something that is very important to me as a Muslim woman, educator, and civil rights activist in America. Let's think about disability. In America, where I live, which is my home, there are 49 million people that suffer from physical and mental disability. Think of that number. That means 4 or 5 people around you, you're one of them, you're disabled. What does disability look like today? Let me tell you, it looks like me. When I tell people I'm disabled, they don't believe me. And that's my biggest struggle. Post-pandemic world, it's been really hard for us. Especially mental disability has become even more lethal than physical disability in some ways. A few years ago, I was deemed disabled for life. After battling cancer, I got frozen shoulders, scoliosis, and all kinds of things that I had never heard of. All I knew as a teacher that I had to actually accommodate my students and give them the best I could. I'm now not even able to get long-term care. I'm not able to get majority of the insurances. And there's a whole list of things I can't do. Yes, I can stand in front of you and talk about it. I can walk. I can try to look my best. But there are many, many things that I can't do because my disability is quite invisible. I was a teacher, and so I can't write today. I can't type. I can't sit at the computer. I can't drive. I can't sit for more than half an hour. And I can't wash dishes. I can't do housework. I can't organize my closets. I can't turn knobs and many other such things. I sleep with pain and I wake up with pain. On a good day, my pain is about 9 out of 10. I go to the doctor when my pain is 21 out of 10. Pandemic exacerbated these conditions for people like me and almost everybody, because it's an invisible thing. Not only during the pandemic did our families suffer, but there was a breakdown of family as well, and my own as well. I have a family of 4, and 2 of my kids suffer from depression, anxiety. COVID exacerbated those conditions. It caused isolation. The nonprofit that I run for Muslim and interfaith women in America, we were inundated by calls from people, women who were isolated, seniors who were isolated, whose kids were in one state and they were in another. And some of them were so disabled that they did not have, they couldn't get out of bed, make a phone call, and get food. So we had started this program to feed our seniors. That made me think about I forgot my own disability, and I said, well, this is what I can do. I can help others and alleviate some of the pain that I have. Therapy in America, big problem. The time during COVID, at the beginning of it, when my pain got exacerbated because there was no physical therapy. So I just didn't know how to deal with my pain other than medication. And I was about to have a nervous breakdown. My doctor said, call the therapist. I waited for the therapist for 12 hours in a Zoom room. And I was about to have a nervous breakdown. I turned to my faith at that time. I looked to my parents up in the heavens, God, and I asked for help. So many of our young millennials, our young people, are suffering the same. You look at them and you'll think they're fine because they manage. But like my kids, so they have no one to turn to. Healthcare is hard. Getting therapy, the right therapist is hard. We didn't have churches and synagogues and mosques and community centers, friends to turn to, and that sense of belonging that our young people get, we get in living in the United States or elsewhere. We didn't get that. I want you today to think about how do we as leaders, how do you as leaders support those kinds of people like me? What can we do while people like that are suffering quietly? One day I got a call from a woman during the pandemic who had lost her husband. She was about to, she thought the only way out was to commit suicide. Muslim woman, senior in America. Today she's on my board. She's very happy. But at the same time, we know that there are many more women like that that are suffering, like me and my friend here that I just talked about. What can we do to help these women that are suffering silently and the youth? Being a Muslim, I feel that this is a taboo subject. I'm standing here in front of you talking about a subject that would probably ostracize me in my own community if I were to say I'm disabled. Because we don't like to confront disability. Yes, we're okay with building ramps and giving wheelchairs and having, service dogs and doing things like that, but we are not good with confronting disability. I was just in Pakistan and I visited the villages where you heard about the floods. Climate change, it has ruined lives. If you look in Pakistan, where I was just a few days ago, the villages that have been inundated with water, it rained 10 times more than it ever has in the entire history that we know. They couldn't have done anything about it. They couldn't have prevented it. But today you have these women that are standing, sitting. They don't have a home. They don't have clothes. They don't have baby milk powder. They do not have sanitary supplies. And they can't talk about it. Because even me, as a Muslim woman, I didn't hear about my physical, what I'm going to go through, my menstrual cycle. I had to just learn on-the-job training. Because these are subjects we don't talk about in my community. And yes, these women are suffering. Do you think they have mental disabilities? Do you think they are going to go and have mental issues? Yes. But you can be sure they don't have doctors, how they're going to get mental health. And that's millions of people, millions of women that are suffering. Now, what can we do as leaders to shine a light? I also met some girls in Pakistan in the USIDHR Valley, which is Hunza. It is the most picturesque place in the entire world. It's a Hunza Valley. The girls are highly educated. Today, one girl every couple of days is committing suicide, dropping herself into the valley, jumping off the cliff. Why? Because economic depravity. How do we highlight the plight of women that are suffering from mental and physical disabilities? That is a question for you to take back and think about, because we as women, we suffer more. We are suffering more disproportionately, not just in the United States. When my doctor gave me a letter, I was a public school teacher, now I'm retired on disability. I walked over to my principal and I said, this is my letter. I am not allowed to hold anything more than 2 pounds. So is that okay? They sent me out, sent me home, packed my stuff and said, don't come back. That's America, public school. But I'm fortunate to be a public school teacher because we have teachers' unions. I went to my teachers' union and I said, I'm supposed to provide accommodations for every child. I have to serve the needs of 30 kids. I have 200 kids a year. I have to serve their needs. And you cannot accommodate my requests that I cannot hold anything? And she said, no, we can't. I fought. I got disability. And I want to make sure that you as leaders take that message back to wherever your communities are and think of the people like me who are invisibly disabled. Just when I was coming here, I asked the airline to help me put my bag up. And the guy looked at me and said, you can do it. And I said, yeah, I can. And today I can tell you I'm in pain. But that is the struggle of women. That is the struggle of women in a post-pandemic world. That is the struggle of many youth in America, in different countries where I travel, and especially in Pakistan with the climate catastrophe that it's gone through. I ask you to think about them. And today I give you a task. I want you to go back and find people in your community who may be like me and help them out. I thank you, Isabel, for giving me this opportunity to talk about something as a woman so that you all can be our partners. We are 49% of the world. We are half the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ali. Thank you. What an inspiring speech. It just speaks from your heart. And thank you so much for making the impossible possible to be here with us. You've been traveling the world in the past couple of weeks. So thank you. We appreciate you being here with us. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Todoris Tsomas, Mayor of Skiathos, all the way from Greece. Please give him a round of applause.
Honorable Mr. Mayor of Avcılar, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the level of government classes closest to their citizens, we mayors experience and expected to respond directly to the challenges and opportunities to our communities. We are already taking on the full range of issues captured by the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which provide a framework to integrate our work, understand the dependence of the issues, measure our progress, and coordinate the contributions of many different stakeholders. In particular, the SDGs offer a great opportunity for Skiathos to attempt, as the first Greek city, to address these problems and share its efforts towards the SDGs with others. The city of Skiathos, a unique tourism destination, is also an example of commitment to the SDGs, is the Greek leader in the preparation and presentation of voluntary local review based on Think Global, Act Local. We collaborate with the World Tourism Organization in order to recover from post-COVID era. Is an example of the city's commitment to international relations as it demonstrates Skiathos' willingness to engage in the promotion and engagement of sustainable tourism development worthwhile using Skiathos' experience. Skiathos is the most popular Greek island on the Sporados in the Aegean Sea. Skiathos might be small, but it attracts thousands of visitors every summer. We have about 6,000 inhabitants, and the economy of the island is based on tourism. The municipality business plan is created in order to align with the Agenda of 2030 context, focus the attention of actions at a municipal level on the 17 SDG goals, which were then brought together in an overarching strategy for sustainable development. Skiathos is about 48,000 square kilometers, is well known all over the world for the unique nature and the beaches of the exceptional beauty. Has an international airport and connected with direct flights with 38 cities of 17 countries. More than 500,000 people visit Skiathos annually. Making accessible the beaches and the unique forest of Skiathos was a priority and a challenge at the same time. The municipality of Skiathos has placed Sea Track in the most popular beaches of Ireland. Sea Track is the only solution worldwide for autonomous sea access for people with disabilities and mobility issues. It was created to function as the technological assistance that allows everyone to enjoy swimming unassisted. Sea trucks functions using solar energy, and that it is an environmentally friendly and completely autonomous system. The municipality of Skiathos is collaborating with parts of Greece, a company that recently completed the study and design for the trail network of Skiathos. The walking trail of Skiathos are about 100 kilometers. This very important project involved an even more significant innovation. One of the 17 trails routes offer accessibility. It is the first time that a trail route accessible in Greece. Moreover, this route can be found in one of the most famous places in Skiathos, the natural forest of Koukounarias. Last September, we have organized in Skiathos the World Trail Conference, the biggest trail event in the world. The keynote speaker was Unstoppable Tracy. Tracy Smith, also known as Unstoppable Tracy, is a highly acclaimed international motivational speaker. She is also the author of the book The Unstoppable You. Tracy was born a four-way amputee, yet she has never let it become that a limitation in her life. Her accomplishment echoes her message to all that success depends upon perseverance, that it is imperative to get out of the limitation zone so we can soar. As any of us could become disabled at any time, we must do more to remove disabling barriers, visible and invisible. I would like to mention that my first meeting as a mayor was the mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Imamoglu. Now I have an invitation from the mayor of Avcılar, a mayor who is a source of inspiration for other mayors to start a collaboration. I strongly believe that one municipality is working together and change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, all the way from Greece, trying to honor us with your presence. Thank you, and I appreciate everything you do for disability rights. Thank you so much. Okay, so before we are taking the break, with that coffee break, we have our last speaker of this plenary session, Dr. Munasar Isse Abdullahi from the National Disability Agency from the Federal Republic of Somalia. Please welcome him on the stage. Thank you.
Greetings, ASDR organizers and premier parties, distinguished participants, beloved friends and colleagues. Good morning. I appreciate being here. I appreciate being invited to this international summit on disability rights as a representative of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Somalia's National Disability Agency. I also wanted to thank everyone who has shown up and gone up beyond it to listen to us and to work with us, as well as for the dedication, enthusiasm, and determination to make a difference for this summit. This year's conference will focus on a public-private partnership, social responsibility, and how might assist foster greater inclusion for the persons with disabilities. The summit will provide us with an excellent opportunity to learn about what the businesses and government providing us an excellent opportunity to learn about what the business and governments are doing to promote inclusion and how we can all play a role in making the world a more inclusive place. Although the ISDR is the only global event that brings together people, government officials, cooperative representatives, and disability-owned businesses to share best practices, discuss cooperate representatives and disability-owned businesses. Employment opportunities for the people with disabilities. I am speaking as a representative of the National Disability Agency of the Federal Republic of Somalia. From Somalia, I take courage of the fidelity and audacity stating that the meeting is a perfect statement of the shared desires within humanity and justice. NDA is dedicated to fulfilling its obligation, enhancing the domestication of the CRBD in the Somalia. NDA joins the efforts to ensure that the people with disabilities are not left behind as pledged in 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development Goals. The National Disability Agency of Somalia is the first step in addressing the plight of the people with disabilities in Somalia, based on the global average of the 15% of the population. People with disabilities in Somalia, it is estimated about 2.5 million. However, due to the prolonged conflict and cyclical humanitarian crisis, the figures are considered to be higher, 20%. Persons with disabilities are disproportionately underrepresented in all sectors of society: education, employment, health care, and political participation. The National Disability Agency of Somalia stands for the mainstreaming of the disability rights in existing policies, laws, programs, and institutions. It also seeks to serve people with disabilities equally in the Convention of the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities of the United Nations. The National Disability Agency aims in promoting equal opportunity for the persons with disabilities. The major concern of the persons with disabilities are poverty, lack of education, skills, employment, conflict and emergence in social insecurity, health burdens and accessibility, gender in age is the disability discrimination exacerbates the situation. The National Disability Agency of Somalia is an independent federal statutory entity on the disability affairs in Somalia, established under the Disability Agency Law 2018. It consists of a 5-member executive committee, 2 females and 3 males, comprising the chair, deputy chair, and 3 executive officers, all of whom being appointed by the Prime Minister in January 2021. The NDA was formally launched in July in 2001. Our vision of the National Disability Agency of the Federal Republic of Somalia envisions an inclusive society respecting and defending the rights of the persons with disability. Our mission of the National Disability Agency is to promote and aid due to the period for uploading the rights of the persons with disabilities in eliminating systemic barriers, create opportunities, empowers, and promotes innovation for the persons with disabilities. NDA has 8 goals. Number 1, to contribute to education of the poverty and inequalities among the persons with disabilities, especially at the socio-economic and political levels. 2, to strengthen efforts to provide disability inclusive health services and information to people with disabilities in Somalia. Number 3, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all persons with disabilities. 4, to promote disability inclusive climate action to key stakeholders to fully and effectively integrate disability rights in climate policies and programs of the national and grassroots levels. 5, empower the persons with disabilities at the grassroots levels through education, awareness raising, and human and international capacity projects. 6, women and girls with the disabilities in conflict and crisis intervention is strengthening the capacity of the network of the women with disabilities on humanitarian issues. This includes addressing gender-based violence interventions among women and girls. 7, to promote and create an enabling environment for the meaningful participation, development, design stages, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation process of the persons with disabilities in humanitarian, development, and government fields. Search and data on disability in Somalia. NDA aims to generate high-quality disability data, accessible and reliable information helpful in developing policies and strategies in the interest of the persons with disabilities. My conclusion of the National Disability Agency of the Federal Republic of Somalia, it is the first time that we attend this kind of summit, and that our friends and partners will help us a lot of my country recoveries from the war. I hope that the countries and international organizations will play an important role in how the government of Somalia encourage the special importance for the people of the disabilities because the Constitution of Somalia is very clear about the role of the people with special needs. Thank you for your listening and for having me.
Thank you very much. Please join me on stage. On behalf of USIDHR and the International Summit, we give you the Excellence Award. Thank you for coming. And thank you for all the great mission that you do in Somalia and all over the world. Thank you. So this was our last speaker of today's session on the plenary session. Is everyone ready to take a very well-deserved break? Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna keep talking. You don't feel like you want a break. Okay, so I'm gonna keep you 1 more hour. No, I'm kidding. So we are ready for taking a break right now. The plenary session, the first part of the plenary session, it's over. We have 30 minutes, coffee break, networking. I invite all of you to please exit the rooms for the 2 doors that we have here because the team needs to rearrange the room for the next sessions. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the distinguished officials for being able to be here with us today. I appreciate all of you. And let's everyone have Turkish coffee, Turkish sweets, and enjoy and get to know each other, okay? Half an hour, 12:30, everybody needs to be back into the room. Thank you.
In Brazil, we are aware that it's very important to implement the rights of persons with disabilities, especially those rights that are provided for the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Since 2019, our country has been working seriously to implement the rights of persons with disabilities, transforming abstract rules into concrete actions in favor of this group. At this moment, I really would like to share with all of you some of these actions. The first of them is the construction of the national inclusion registrations of persons with disability. It is an electronic public record that will store information about persons with disabilities. At this moment, we have about 3.5 million persons with disabilities that participate of this registration. It's very important to participate of this registration just because they can download the certificate of person with disability. And thanks to this certificate, they can ask their rights before the public and the private entities. The second action that we have is the construction of the National Information System of Persons with Disabilities. It is a panel of indicators that can monitoring public policies for persons with disabilities. Thanks to these systems, all the governments can decide which one are the best policies they can adopt in favor of persons with disabilities. The first is the Marrakesh Treaty that try to facilitate persons with disabilities to have access to published works for blinds, for visually impaired, and for people that cannot access printed text. Nowadays, we have about 7,000 published works that are able to be consulted for people with disabilities. And the fourth one that I would like to say and to share with you is the Vulibras. It is a set of open source computation system that we have that can translate digital contents, text, audios, and videos to the Brazilian sign language for deafs. It's very important because we would like to have these informations in cell phones, computers, and internet for deaf persons. Nowadays, we have about 100,000 translations each day in favor of deaf persons in Brazil. We have about 7,000 sentences that are incorporated in that system. And then we have 21 signs that nowadays are included in our library. So we are aware that we have made a lot of things in favor of persons with disabilities in Brazil, but we are aware too that we have a lot of more things to do in favor of that group. That's all. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm USIDHR and I'm the Member of Parliament for Gosford in the state of New South Wales in fabulous Australia. I'm so glad to be joining you all today. It's a real honour, and I'd really like to thank the Mayor for the invitation, and I wish I was with you right now. In Australia, we have a fantastic policy that was sort of birthed in 2013 and formalised and is in place since 2020 called the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which is actually funded by our health levy. Everyone in Australia agreed to participate 0.5% more, so it actually means that anybody who has got a permanent and significant disability has got full funding for any reasonable and necessary adjustments to their needs, which is their workplace needs, their leisure needs, any aspects of their life. So rather than me fundraising for my wheelchair and having to pay for my orthotics out of my own funds in the past, it's now provided by the government, which is a massive improvement for the rights of people with disabilities in Australia, but it also means because of improvement in access to equipment, it's putting more pressure on our formal society to include people with disabilities on lots of other levels. So within the NDIS, people can actually plan to go to work and ask for assistance to be able to be included in work. They can plan to participate in leisure and vacation and ask for various degrees of assistance to be included. So we're still not there completely, but it really is a great improvement for lives of people with disabilities across Australia. On a state-based level, where I'm an elected Member of Parliament, we have got now something called Disability Inclusion Action Plans in all levels of government. So the Disability Inclusion Action Plan is about how we work not only to, my push is to getting more people with disabilities employed, but also how do we make sure that our health system better looks after people with disabilities, our education system better looks after people with disabilities, and all aspects of, our functional government frameworks include and support people with disabilities to be part of their existence and also functionally able to access all sorts of different aspects of our society. My ambition, though, is actually to improve the inclusion of people with disabilities in work. The right to work is something that I still don't think we're acting very well on in Australia, so I'm looking at what we need to do legislatively to actually improve the number of people with disabilities employed in Australia. That's my challenge. I'd love some solutions, and I look forward to seeing some of the conference and hearing from so many of you. And I'd also like to thank the International Summit on Disability Rights and the Mayor of Avcılar for including us all and pushing the world to improve rights for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Let me thank you for this very kind invitation to take part in this extraordinary conference on disability and human rights. I believe that the possibility for all the people to take part in the life of the community is the basis, the fundamental of our democracy. And we in Italy experimented this approach when at the end of the 70s was approved a law permitting to all the children having disability, in particular mental disability, to be integrated in a class. Till that moment, in Italy, the approach was based on separation. Since the 1928 law, the children having problems, they were confined in what they call differential classes. That is, classes only for people having problems, in order to maintain, on the other side, the school for normal people. This approach was finished at the end of the 70s. In 1977 was approved the law that closed definitely any kind of separated school, and they opened a new approach, an approach based on the concept of inclusion. In all the classes, having one child with disability is provided in Italy a second teacher. It is a specialized that we can call supporting education teacher. In Italian is insegnante di sostegno. And the duty of this person is not just to help the student having disability, but to educate the entire class to be inclusive. The idea is to promote a process of transformation of the class in order to have that all the students became part of a class having the idea that it's possible not only to survive, but to develop a new educational approach based on inclusion and on the idea, on the basic idea of complementarity. The result has been extraordinary. The classes with this teacher, supporting education teacher, they performed quite well, in particular because they developed this approach where the entire community became an education community. When I was Minister of Education in Italy in the last 2 years, I promoted this approach and I enlarged this approach, and I sponsored the creation of educational path involving the authority, the local authority, involving the enterprises, involving the associations, involving the families. These patti educativi di comunità, they are based on this idea. It's not enough to include somebody, but inclusion means transformation of the entire community in an inclusive community. And I feel that this is also an experience that could be useful for all the people that are linking education, growth, and equality. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kebetu Mutabang. I am the Regional Director of USIDHR for Lesotho. It is a great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you an amazing summit. I am immensely proud to be a part of the USIDHR, and I am exceptionally excited to work with such a highly motivated, passionate, and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Lesotho, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a change for a better tomorrow. I believe that through our work, we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and working together to achieve our goals. Ke a leboha. Kgotso, pula, nala.
I'm Reverend Jarvis Bespin, the Regional Director for Liberia, the United States Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. I'm here to encourage all, especially Liberians, to come on board and be part of our volunteers of the United States Institute for Diplomacy and Human Rights. Is a professional organization that focuses on enhancing global education for all in the world. And we're here to say, you can be a volunteer. Well, you can do a course in diplomacy and human rights. You can be a consultant. You can be a consultant in the business. You can be a diplomat. And, you can think about the great things that they are doing. So come and join us. Looking at the more priorities is to see all children in school. Let us promote the rights of people and change the world. God bless you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vicky Leiva. I live in Washington, D.C., United States, and I am the Director of Hispanic Affairs in the Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights in the United States. It is my pleasure to be able to be here with everyone, though virtually, especially in this summit for the rights of people with disabilities. I feel privileged to be part of this great mission, which allows us to meet virtually in space like this. It is my commitment to promote human rights to all Hispanic American and Latin American people, working even in different continents such as Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Human rights education is a vital pillar in the society in which we operate. That is why space like this must be more visible worldwide. I thank Isabel Badoyo, Director of the Institute, and Manuel Ancha, President of the Institute, and the Turkish authorities, especially in Istanbul, for opening the doors of this country to talk about this vulnerable subject as the right of people with disabilities. Today, we must be more sensitive to this situation and generate a change in the development of these people who are human as we are. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful time there and wonderful experience in this summit. God bless you. See you soon.
Ragusa, and I coordinate the projects on the localization of the SDGs of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. First of all, congratulations to the US Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights and to the mayor of Avcılar for hosting the International Summit on Disability Rights. Unfortunately, disability is a topic that is still often overlooked. Therefore, we all must work together to ensure that everyone is treated fairly and has access to basic needs, but also to opportunities like education and job. We need to discuss these specific topics, but we also need to take action and to include people with disabilities in our strategies, plans, and actions. While the pandemic has affected us all, people with disabilities were those hit the hardest, in particular those living in institutions. Community services and access to essential health care were hampered, and online schooling and teleworking arrangements were not always accessible to all. The pandemic was a stark reminder of the barriers that persons with disabilities continue to face on a daily basis. The European Commission is engaged in achieving a union for equality. This is exactly why President von der Leyen, at the beginning of her mandate, mentioned in the political guidelines for 2019-2024 that we need equality for all, and equality in all its senses. And she also set up a dedicated equality portfolio and a task force on equality. To achieve this goal, mechanisms, policies, and actions that challenge structural discrimination and stereotypes that are often present in our societies are being elaborated and implemented. This is done to create the conditions for everyone to live, thrive, and lead, regardless the differences based on sex, racial or ethnic origin, religion or belief, disability, age, or sexual orientation. This is why, among many initiatives that were undertaken in this respect, in March 2021, the European Commission adopted the Strategy for the Rights of Persons with Disability 2021-2030. With this 10-year strategy, the European Commission wants to improve the lives of persons with disabilities in Europe and around the world. The strategy builds on the results of the previous European Disability Strategies 2010-2020. This new and strengthening strategy takes into account the diversity of disability comprising long-term physical, mental, intellectual, and sensory impairments, in line with the article of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which are often invisible. Addressing the risk of multiple disadvantage faced by women, children, older persons, refugees with disability, and those with socioeconomic difficulties, this strategy promotes an intersectional perspective in line with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. As a JRC, the Science and Knowledge in-house service of the European Commission, we are also engaged in this respect, both for what concerns SDG monitoring at the local level, for which indicators on disability have been included in the 2022 edition of the European Handbook for SDG Voluntary Local Reviews, but also in other thematic works. For example, studying the local accessibility of elderly to the services needed in everyday life within a walking distance, as illustrated in our recent reports. I thank you for this opportunity to deliver messages remotely, and I wish you a fruitful summit. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Yes, it's working. Thank you very much. Thank you, Isabel, for the opportunity of being here. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I will not take you a long time to discuss about the disability rights in corporation words because we all already knew, but I was thinking to remind you and to remind us the most important thing and issues regarding the disability rights in corporation work. So I will start this presentation with what is workplace discrimination of employees with disabilities. So the types of workplace disability discrimination take two directions. The direct one, the certain employers are targeted by discriminatory comments, policies, or situation at work, and indirect one, all employees at the workplace are treated the same, but that treatment puts some at a disadvantage. Another type is what are examples of disability discrimination in the workplace. This is a general point of view. There are some figures that shows what are the most important for a view regarding the discrimination in the workplace. So I will start with the beginning is withholding promotion or opportunities for employees with disabilities. The second one, refusing to provide accommodation like wheelchair ramps or screen readers. The third one is making negative comments or remarks towards employees with disabilities. If we work with some people with disabilities, maybe sometimes we heard about the negative comments or remarks toward these. The fourth one is asking applicants for their medical history or about their disabilities. Another list is regarding the demoting an employee after they became disabled, withholding promotions because of a family member's disability, letting bias against people with disabilities impact your hiring decision, and never at least harassing employees with disabilities. Going further on how to handle disability discrimination in the workplace, and now we are looking for both sides, for the leader side and for also the employees. For the leaders, it's important to establish a formal complaint process to create a safe and effective way for employees who experience discrimination to report the incident. So everyone who has a company, who is a leader for his team, it's important to have a complaint process. If someone of his employees feels that he is discriminated, to have the necessary instruments to report this incident. Provide reasonable accommodations. Make your employees feel valuable and cared for by providing the accommodations they need to succeed. Take swift action. If you receive a discrimination report from one of your employees, take swift action to make sure the issue is resolved. And conduct sensitivity training if you see there is a problem with this part of disability. It's important to learn from experience, to train your workforce about what is correct and appropriate behavior. So if we are looking from the other side, from the employee's side, also you have to take care and to know your rights. And now I'm referring most to the most important thing, how to know your rights. All employees have rights. If you feel you are the target of discrimination, how much know which rights will protect you. The second, take it up with the human resources, contact your employer's human resources department to notify them of the discrimination you're experiencing. And the third, file a discrimination complaint. If your employers failed to adequately resolve the issue, file a formal complaint to the agency or to the institution that handle with discrimination complaints in your country. And we are talking about countries, and we are talking about discrimination law around the world. We have in UK Equality Act in 2010. In China, the law of the People's Republic of China on the protection of disabled persons. In Europe, we have the Employment Equality Directive. In South Africa, you have the Employment Equity Act, and in India also Persons with Disabilities Act. So there are some important laws around the world which prove that we have the instrument to fight anti-disability discrimination. And I'm referring a little bit about the European Union, which included countries like Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Romania, Iceland, Spain, and Sweden, provides protection with regulation. The Employment Equality Directive, and this directive is a part of the US labor laws and prohibits working discrimination for employers or disability, and other kind requires employers to have reasonable accommodation for employers and employees with disabilities. So, in conclusion, I have two main conclusions. Disability inclusion means understanding the relationship between the way people function and how they participate in society, and making sure everybody has the same opportunity to participate in every aspect of the life to the best of their abilities and desires. And the second one, at the same time, the CEOs and investors need to understand the strong quality and quantitative business cases for robust disability inclusion programs. The companies aware of the potential gains, sharing success story, and building an inclusive talent pipeline, we can quickly get more persons with disabilities into the workforce. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Andrea. Please, come with me on the stage. I would love to award you also the Excellence Award on behalf of USIDHR. Thank you so much again. A round of applause, please. So while our team is preparing for the presentation of the first workshop, we want to put a video of one of the speakers from home, please.
Importance of disability inclusion and policies in Lesotho that are worth mentioning. Importance of disability inclusion and policies in Lesotho that are worth mentioning are on education, health, workplace, that is in public service. Disability rights is a topic that is often overlooked. For this reason, we all must work together to ensure that everyone is treated fairly and has access to basic needs. People with disabilities are often marginalized, even though the Lesotho Constitution provides that no one be marginalized, and that Lesotho shall adopt policies designed to provide training facilities, encourage employers to employ persons with disabilities. Even though policies is well defined, access is very limited to quality education, healthcare, and public service for people with disability. Having experienced that people with disability experience violations to their dignity, such as subjections to abuse, violence, rape, prejudice because of their disability, less likely abstinence of police interventions and or legal protection, etc. In 2009, Lesotho established the National Disability and Rehabilitation Policy, which was published in 2011. The Parliament has passed legislation and policy framework instruments with specific clauses prohibiting discriminations against people with disabilities. This includes Education Act of 2010 and lately one on Persons with Disability Equity Act of 2021. It is time that we commit to promoting disability rights. Governments must put aside budgets to cover plans on disability rights. We should also engage people with disability in our plans. Their involvement will be able to achieve full potential on our policies. In conclusion, let me congratulate the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights and the Mayor of Avcılar for hosting the International Summit of Disability Rights that we hope will be a precursor of convincing everyone that more action is needed to come together to advance disability rights for all. I thank you.
In Brazil, we are aware that it's very important to implement the rights of persons with disabilities, especially those rights that are provided for the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Since 2019, our country has been working seriously to implement the rights of persons with disabilities, transforming abstract rules into concrete actions in favor of this group. At this moment, I really would like to share with all of you some of these actions. The first of them is the construction of the national inclusion registrations of persons with disability. It is an electronic public record that will store information about persons with disabilities. At this moment, we have about 3.5 million persons with disabilities that participate of this registration. It's very important to participate of this registration just because they can download the certificate of person with disability. And thanks to this certificate, they can ask their rights before the public and the private entities. The second action that we have is the construction of the National Information System of Persons with Disabilities. It is a panel of indicators that can monitoring public policies for persons with disabilities. Thanks to these systems, all the governments can decide which one are the best policies they can adopt in favor of persons with disabilities. The first is the Marrakesh Treaty that try to facilitate persons with disabilities to have access to published works for blinds, for visually impaired, and for people that cannot access printed text. Nowadays, we have about 7,000 published works that are able to be consulted for people with disabilities. And the fourth one that I would like to say and to share with you is the Vulibras. It is a set of oversource computation system that we have that can translate digital contents, text, audios and videos to the Brazilian Sign Language for deafs. It's very important because we would like to have these informations in cell phones, computers, and internet for deaf persons. Nowadays, we have about 100,000 translations each day in favor of deaf persons in Brazil. We have about 7,000 sentences that are incorporated in that system. And then we have 21 signs that nowadays are included in our library. So we are aware that we have made a lot of things in favor of persons with disabilities in Brazil, but we are aware too that we have a lot of more things to do in favor of that group. That's all. Thank you very much.
Of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, Manuel Wanchia, to join us for the first workshop on disability rights. Please, a round of applause. Presentation? Not ready? 1 minute? Okay, he can talk. He can talk. Okay.
Good morning, afternoon. Oh, come on. Hello, everyone. Better. Okay, let me present. Who doesn't know me? You know, my name is Manuel Wancha. I'm the president of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, with headquarters in Washington, D.C. And I'm grateful to have you here. And first, I want to start let's have applause, you know, for you guys because you are coming from far, far away. And thank you for being here. The second, let's be grateful for those guys. You know, they put an amazing summit in a short period of time, and especially, you know, for the USIDHR team, you know, for the regional directors and also for the volunteers, which we have here. But not to the rest and our partners, and especially, you know, to the Municipality of Avcılar, which, you know, we have here, you know, my friend Aktay, you know, which was in charge for transportation from airport to the beautiful place here, and also, you know, for the beautiful team here in the Hilton. Why I say that? Because all the time and each morning, I start to be grateful. I'm grateful because I'm alive. I'm grateful I have family. Also, thank you. I'm happy to share with you something today before I'm going to the workshop, because it's the space which I didn't share before. I'm disabled, and nobody knows. I have ADHD and I have dyslexia, but never I share with anyone. Everyone see me, beautiful pictures, smiling all the time, and be perfect. But I hide that for 51 years. And also, I was born in a communist country, Romania, and because I was a left writer, my parents was mathematics teachers, and they are ashamed because I was considered handicapped. And I need to, for 1 year, to stay with my left hand and start to learn to write with the right. Just think about, you know, I was born and healthy, but depends what government consider you, label you, you are not accepted. And think about how many countries right now that still have people and they don't have a voice because they need to show they're perfect. Because they don't show they're perfect, they're not integrated in this relation, in this environment. But I want you to, to take the message back, and the best way to create an impact is transformation. To transform everyone is to help them to start sharing and to say it's okay to share. Nobody's perfect. Any presentation is not perfect. Any summit is not perfect. Anything is not perfect in life, and we can accept to not be perfect. Because I think that is the message we want to take to your generations, to your students, to your children, to not be perfect. I need to show I'm perfect. I need to have good grades. I don't know. I still play soccer with the left foot. Football, right now it's a World Cup. I'm also right with the both hands. I was an engineer. I draw with the both hands. But let's not push people, and accept everyone and accept them, especially, in the work environment, in the society, and don't pretend you are perfect because nobody is perfect in this life. And I want you to create this kind of message and movement, which we are doing at the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, where we have we have a footprint in 56 countries. We are over 5,000 human rights consultants. We have a group of 14,000 people. And we are proud because in a shorter period of time, we create this kind of movement of consultants to take that message, because myself, I cannot do it by myself to have this kind of impact everywhere in the world. What I want to do is, to show that, take responsibility, have the integrity, and keep your word, to take this message and communicate in any part of the world to tell them it's okay. You have a hope. You don't need to be perfect, because everyone wants to show before, the perfect body, the perfect car, the perfect product, the perfect presentation, the perfect, everything was perfect. We don't need that. But before we go, let me start my presentation because I put something. I want to be short because I can deliver, hours and hours. But I want you to be happy, to be joyful, to be open, and don't think to the pain what you have. Share the pain what you have with others, and teach them and say, hey, it's okay to move forward and be creative and encourage others in any countries when they suppress, to have a voice and to move to the next level. Can you do that? Because if you cannot do that, what is next? We'll still suppress. Everyone is looking for perfect. I was in corporations. Corporation, you are a labor. The label is like you have a program manager, director, VP, CEO, but you don't have, people doesn't know you who you are, what strengths and weaknesses you have. And all the time when I work with people, I said, okay, what you like to do, what you are do best on, what is your weakness, what I can help, what I can learn from you. Nobody's doing that. And I think that is the love what I'm doing, because when we met with Queen Mother in April here, and when we have the youth summit with and also with the mayor and also with his advisors, August and Oktay, we feel the need, to say, hey, we have an idea. We want to create an impact. It's possible or not? And I say, yes, it is, because I feel the pain. And I'm happy now because I'm here with you, and I'm here not to be perfect, and I want to inspire you to transform others, and you to have that confidence and that happiness, because you have the passion to support others, to have a voice, to have an impact, and also to inspire others which they don't have the knowledge. And let's go to this. Okay, this is me. Doesn't matter. You see, I have 3 titles. I don't care the titles, because here I need to show I'm perfect, and I show I'm perfect. I was imperfect, but I show I'm perfect. I have the ambition to show, when I was with the General Electric, I can do $386 million in sales in 1 year. And after that, I dropped the mic. I left because I was not happy being perfect. I left that place. I got a paycheck cut, and I was a college professor with from $250,000 per year. I go to $40,000 per year to be college professor in Buffalo, New York. And what I did, I created for them an industrial robotics center in 6 months for them to what? To have a hope, to share. And I find the people with a passion, and I did that. And after that, I said, okay, let me be a giver, how Queen Mother said, because everything, is coming, and you work with others. It's not just you. You learn from others, and you transmit that message to others, and that we do with USIDHR. With USIDHR, I'm sharing any of my knowledge, which I did from the last 20 years in corporation. And I'm not doing for big prices, because for me, it's not important the price. For me, it's important the impact. If I can impact next year 1 million people, I'm happy. It's not because I make $1 million. It's not about the money. It's about how many lives you touch, and how many lives already we touch, how many lives will impact. Make sense? Can we do that? Do you know, I put here a question. Do you agree the unknown is scary? Do you agree the unknown is scary? I cannot hear. Why? Why is scary? Yes, it's scary. And it's scary because we are not open. We don't know. It's something new. And when you see people And I see people in reactions. When you see people, they have, you see them, they have physical disability. People have the reaction, but they don't have openness to learn about that. And that is wrong. We need to learn. And also people say, don't say we need to learn because nobody wants to go to school. It's not about that. You need to be open to stay updated. What is that? I didn't know what is dyslexia. I learned about that. I didn't know what is ADHD. I learned that. I find out my son is 3 years old, was already labeled with autism and ADHD, and they didn't know. And after 5 months, they find out it's a perfect guy with a high IQ. What happened? You see, before when I go to the doctor, they say, oh, this guy, we don't know about him. For 5 months. After that, I was to the doctors, and right now they say, we need to keep him busy because he has high IQ. And they say, what is wrong with that? But I think what I'm sharing is not only me. I feel you have the same things, or maybe you have the same family member. They have this kind of drama, and you are down and you don't know what you do. But also we need to learn how to communicate and how to learn about others. If we don't know, it's okay, but let's learn. Make sense? And here I say, are you open to transform others? Yes, it's perfect, because that's why I'm here. You see, we have beautiful people, beautiful stories, and we'll have more stories. And I love that because first, I pray to God for everyone to come here and to get safe, because everyone was like, okay, we go to Turkey, we don't know, it's our first time. I say, okay, no problem, we'll manage everything. But I'm very grateful for you to be here. I want you to take this message before we go to. I don't want to go on technicality, about disability to work, because that, you feel that. Some people know the pain. What it is important, what I need to do with you is like to go to the last slide and give you 5 minutes to work. But before to do that, I want you to look on your left side to say thank you for being here. Okay? And after that, you look on the right side and say thank you for being here. Because you heard people, they have the pain, the pain they make them strength, and they get them here. And I want to go to the last exercise here. And I give you 5 minutes. You work in the group, you talk with each other, and after that you will have some questions. The first question is, what does it mean to enjoy the right to work? You don't have 50 minutes because Isabel will kill me. You have only 3 minutes. But what does it mean to enjoy the right to work? And for that, those are the questions, and the question will stay here. Do you know people with disability in your community who work? Where work and what kind of job do they have? Do the people with disability in your community who work seems to enjoy the right to work according to the definition? Because everyone have different understanding and different meaning. And because we are here, you will be open, share. If you don't know, let's put together, and after that, everyone you select a leader from your area, and you get the mic, and we share. Okay? Can you do that? Perfect. Give 5 minutes. Put the light music for them to talk, and after 5 minutes, we will have everyone to have 1 minute to share. Okay? I have a good idea because I don't want to be lunch, and let's do network. Let's think. Take a picture of the screen and talk. And after that, we'll come and we finalize. Can you do that? Okay. Hey, thank you so much for having me. I'm very happy to have you. And we will talk after lunch.
Thank you so much, President Wancha. I appreciate your flexibility of doing this. So please take the shot and discuss these questions at lunch. We invite everyone. The lunch takes place in the Ganos restaurant here in the hotel on floor R. So please, everyone has 1 hour for lunch, okay? It's 1:20. At 2:20, we need to be back in this room. At 2:20, we actually start. So try to make it accommodated and be a bit faster here, okay? We want to have the afternoon free after that. So we still have a few sessions remaining for today. So please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Ja nagrywam.
Już? Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the usidhr.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Dobrze.
I wish you all an amazing and great summer. I'm immensely proud to be part of such amazing humanitarian. Interested in volunteering, I encourage you to find all educational work. I believe that we could the summit.
Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Gio De La Cruz and I'm the Regional Director for USIDHR Philippines. It is a great pleasure to the USIDHR family. And we are very passionate, excellent, and we are looking forward to expand more nested with us here in the Philippines. Out details are in the usidhr.org website and we'll be very glad to welcome you. Again, I wish you all the best in the summit. We are looking forward to meet you. Maraming salamat and mabuhay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vicky Leiva. I live in Washington, D.C., United States, and I am the Director of Hispanic Affairs in the Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights in the United States. It is my pleasure to be able to be here with everyone, though virtually, especially in this summit for the rights of people with disabilities. I feel privileged to be part of this great mission, which allows us to meet virtually in space like this. It is my commitment to promote human rights to all Hispanic American and Latin American people, working even in different continents such as Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Human rights education is a vital pillar in the society in which we operate. That is why space like this must be more visible worldwide. I thank Isabel Badoyo, Director of the Institute, and Manuel Ancha, President of the Institute, and the Turkish authorities, especially in Istanbul, for opening the doors of this country to talk about this vulnerable subject as the right of people with disabilities. Today, we must be more sensitive to this situation and generate a change in the development of these people who are human as we are. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful time there and wonderful experience in this summit. God bless you. See you soon.
I am the regional USIDHR for Horn of Africa. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all an amazing summit. I'm immensely really excited to work with such a committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in the USID, I would encourage you to reach out to reach out, my details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that throughout our work, and also we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. And work together to achieve our goals. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Kubram Hailu. I am Director of USIDHR for Ethiopia. I am very happy to introduce myself and to wish you a great summit. I am immensely proud of to be part of the US Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights for Ethiopia and to create impact as a member of the USIDHR. If you are interested to create and to work as a volunteer under USIDHR for Ethiopia, please reach me out on the website usidhr.org. ክብሮም ነኝ ከኢትዮጵያ። I wish you መልካም ሳሚት። እወዳችኋለሁ። Have a nice summit. አመሰግናለሁ።
Hi, I'm USIDHR and I'm the Member of Parliament for Gosford in the state of New South Wales in fabulous Australia. I'm so glad to be joining you all today. It's a real honour, and I'd really like to thank the Mayor for the invitation, and I wish I was with you right now. In Australia, we have a fantastic policy that was sort of birthed in 2013 and formalised and is in place since 2020 called the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which is actually funded by our health levy. Everyone in Australia agreed to participate 0.5% more, so it actually means that anybody who has got a permanent and significant disability has got full funding for any reasonable and necessary adjustments to their needs, which is their workplace needs, their leisure needs, any aspects of their life. So rather than me fundraising for my wheelchair and having to pay for my orthotics out of my own funds in the past, it's now provided by the government, which is a massive improvement for the rights of people with disabilities in Australia. But it also means, because of improvement in access to equipment, it's putting more pressure on our formal society to include people with disabilities on lots of other levels. So within the NDIS, people can actually plan to go to work and ask for assistance to be able to be included in work. They can plan to participate in leisure and vacation and ask for various degrees of assistance to be included. So we're still not there completely, but it really is a great improvement for lives of people with disabilities across Australia. On a state-based level, where I'm an elected Member of Parliament, we have got now something called Disability Inclusion Action Plans in all levels of government. So the Disability Inclusion Action Plan is about how we work not only my push is to getting more people with disabilities employed, but also how do we make sure that our health system better looks after people with disabilities, our education system better looks after people with disabilities, and all aspects of, our functional government frameworks include and support people with disabilities to be part of their existence and also functionally able to access all sorts of different aspects of our society. My ambition, though, is actually to improve the inclusion of people with disabilities in work. The right to work is something that I still don't think we're acting very well on in Australia, so I'm looking at what we need to do legislatively to actually improve the number of people with disabilities employed in Australia. That's my challenge. I'd love some solutions, and I look forward to seeing some of the conference and hearing from so many of you. And I'd also like to thank the International Summit on Disability Rights and the Mayor of Avcılar for including us all and pushing the world to improve rights for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Avcılar. I am the Regional Director of USIDHR for Lesotho. It is a great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you an amazing summit. I am immensely proud to be a part of the USIDHR, and I am exceptionally excited to work with such a highly motivated, passionate, and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Lesotho, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a change for a better tomorrow. I believe that through our work, we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and working together to achieve our goals.
Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR, and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Let me thank you for this very kind invitation to take part in this extraordinary conference on disability and human rights. I believe that the possibility for all the people to take part in the life of the community is the basis, the fundamental of our democracy. And we in Italy experimented this approach when at the end of the 70s was approved a law permitting to all the children having disability, in particular mental disability, to be integrated in a class. Till that moment, in Italy, the approach was based on separation. Since the 1928 law, the children having problems, they were confined in what they call differential classes. That is, classes only for people having problems, in order to maintain, on the other side, the school for normal people. This approach was finished at the end of the 70s. In 1977 was approved the law that closed definitely any kind of separated school, and they opened a new approach, an approach based on the concept of inclusion. In all the classes, having one child with disability is provided in Italy a second teacher. It is a specialized that we can call supporting education teacher. In Italian is insegnante di sostegno. And the duty of this person is not just to help the student having disability, but to educate the entire class to be inclusive. The idea is to promote a process of transformation of the class in order to have that all the students became part of a class having the idea that it's possible not only to survive, but to develop a new educational approach based on inclusion and on the basic idea of complementarity. The result has been extraordinary. The classes with these teacher, supporting education teacher, they performed quite well, in particular because they developed this approach where the entire community became an education community. When I was Minister of Education in Italy in the last 2 years, I promoted this approach and I enlarged this approach, and I sponsored the creation of educational pact involving the authority, the local authority, involving the enterprises, involving the associations, involving the families. These patti educativi di comunità, they are based on this idea. It's not enough to include somebody, but inclusion means transformation the entire community in an inclusive community. And I feel that this is also an experience that could be useful for all the people that are linking education, growth, and equality. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Avcılar. I am the Regional Director of USIDHR for Lesotho. It is a great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you an amazing summit. I am immensely proud to be a part of the USIDHR, and I am exceptionally excited to work with such a highly motivated, passionate, and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Lesotho, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a change for a better tomorrow. I believe that through our work, we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and working together to achieve our goals. Ke a leboha. Kgotso, pula, nala. Hello, my name is Avcılar. I am the Regional Director of USIDHR for Lesotho. It is a great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you an amazing summit. I am immensely proud to be a part of the USIDHR, and I am exceptionally excited to work with such a highly motivated, passionate, and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Lesotho, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a change for a better tomorrow. I believe that through our work, we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and working together to achieve our goals. Ke a leboha. Kgotso, pula, nala. Hello.
Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR, and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria to join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses to become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much.
Jarvis Bespin, the Regional Director for Liberia, the United States Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. I'm here to encourage all, especially Liberians, to come on board and be part of our volunteers of the United States Institute for Diplomacy and Human Rights. Is a professional organization that focuses on enhancing global education for all in the world. And we're here to say, you know, you can be a volunteer, well, you can do a course in diplomacy and human rights, you can be a consultant, you can be a consultant in the business, you can be a diplomat, and you know, you can think about the great things that they are doing. So come and join us. Looking at the more priorities is to see all children in school. Let us promote the rights of people and change the world. God bless you.
Importance of disability inclusion and policies in Lesotho that are worth mentioning are on education, health, workplace, that is in public service. Disability rights is a topic that is often overlooked. For this reason, we all must work together to ensure that everyone is treated fairly and has access to basic needs. People with disabilities are often marginalized, even though the Lesotho Constitution provides that no one be marginalized, and that Lesotho shall adopt policies designed to provide training facilities, encourage employers to employ persons with disabilities. Even though policies is well defined, access is very limited to quality education, healthcare, and public service for people with disability. Having experienced that people with disability experience violations to their dignity, such as subjections to abuse, violence, rape, prejudice because of their disability, less likely abstinence of police interventions and or legal protection, etc. In 2009, Lesotho established the National Disability and Rehabilitation Policy, which was published in 2011. The Parliament has passed legislation and policy framework instruments with specific clauses prohibiting discriminations against people with disabilities. This includes Education Act of 2010 and lately one on Persons with Disability Equity Act of 2021. It is time that we commit to promoting disability rights. Governments must put aside budgets to cover plans on disability rights. We should also engage people with disability in our plans. Their involvement will be able to achieve full potential on our policies. In conclusion, let me congratulate the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights and the Mayor of Avcılar for hosting the International Summit of Disability Rights that we hope will be a precursor of convincing everyone that more action is needed to come together to advance disability rights for all. I thank you. Importance of disability inclusion and policies in Lesotho.
My name is Avcılar. I am the Regional Director of USIDHR for Lesotho. It is a great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you an amazing summit. I am immensely proud to be a part of the USIDHR, and I am exceptionally excited to work with such a highly motivated, passionate, and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Lesotho, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the USIDHR.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a change for a better tomorrow. I believe that through our work, we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and working together to achieve our goals. Ke a leboha. Kgotso, pula, nala. Hello, my name is Avcılar. I am the Regional Director of USIDHR for Lesotho. It is a great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you an amazing summit. I am immensely proud to be a part of the USIDHR, and I am exceptionally excited to work with such a highly motivated, passionate, and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested.
Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria to join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses to become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria to join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses to become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria to join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses to become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria to join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses to become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria to join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses to become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultant, diplomatic protocol consultant, human traffic consultant. This organization will have the opportunity for international program in any country, everywhere in the world. For more information, check your website. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ambassador Ibrahim Abubakar Sani, Regional Director of Nigeria, U.S. Institute of Diplomatic and Human Rights, Washington, D.C. I want to use this opportunity to invite my people in Nigeria join volunteer. This organization is very important. We have courses become a certified as human rights consultants, business consultants.
Ja nagrywam.
Już? Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the usidhr.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Dobrze. Ja nagrywam.
Już? Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the usidhr.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Dobrze. Ja nagrywam.
Już? Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the usidhr.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Dobrze. Ja nagrywam.
Już?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vicky Leiva. I live in Washington, D.C., United States, and I am the Director of Hispanic Affairs in the Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights in the United States. It is my pleasure to be able to be here with everyone, though virtually, especially in this summit for the rights of people with disabilities. I feel privileged to be part of this great mission, which allows us to meet virtually in space like this. It is my commitment to promote human rights to all Hispanic American and Latin American people, working even in different continents such as Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Human rights education is a vital pillar in the society in which we operate. That is why space like this must be more visible worldwide. I thank Isabel Badoyo, Director of the Institute, and Manuel Ancha, President of the Institute, and the Turkish authorities, especially in Istanbul, for opening the doors of this country to talk about this vulnerable subject as the right of people with disabilities. Today, we must be more sensitive to this situation and generate a change in the development of these people who are human as we are. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful time there and wonderful experience in this summit. God bless you. See you soon.
Ja nagrywam.
Już? Hello, my name is Paweł Pietkun and I'm Regional Director of USIDHR for Poland. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself to you and wish you all amazing summit. I'm immensely proud to be a part of USIDHR and I am especially excited to work with such a passionate and committed group of volunteers. If you are interested in volunteering in Poland, I would encourage you to reach out. My details are on the usidhr.org website. We are always looking for dedicated individuals who are willing to make a difference. I believe that through our work we can positively impact the lives of those we serve. I look forward to meeting you and all working together to achieve our goals. Thank you and goodbye, and hopefully see you soon working for USIDHR. Thank you.
Okay, of course. Hello, thank you very much. I am very glad to be in here with you, and I believe that getting together with all the special people in here will create some differences in the world. And with this purpose, this panel we created, it is the leadership in social corporate responsibility, and I try to gather three different sectors in this panel so to discuss what is the new model of corporate social responsibility should be. Dr. Servet Kaya is with us. He is the expert on strategy, management, and the planning. Mr. Oktay Aslan, he is the General Coordinator of Innovation and the Entrepreneurship Center of Avcılar Municipality. Madam Nurdeniz Tunça, she is the head of Association of the Guide Dogs. So I will give you the word with the Dr. Servet Kaya. So can you please introduce us first and tell me what should be the new conditions and new terms of social and corporate social responsibilities?
Öncelikle tüm katılımcılara burada bulundukları için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Çok önemli bir gün olduğunu düşünüyorum. Burada bulunmaktan da
So, in summary, I would like to add some struggles. So we will proceed with explaining what it is. So corporation responsibility subject is something that draws the attention of all institutions from back then and focuses on disadvantaged and needy groups and the actions towards them. The social responsibilities are in the full legal, economic, environmental, and volunteer obligations. So volunteer obligations in the social volunteerism. So within that we also have the environmental concept. As you know, that there is a climate crisis, and in this sense, it has to take place in volunteerism. So we can take this under 4 topics. So yaklaşık bahsettiğiniz yani liderlik, şirket, sosyal sorumluluğu ve emellikle ilgili ilişkiler bahsedelim isterseniz. This is so about corporate social responsibility and disability. The relationship can be like this. There's an ethic subject in this. This ethics is about the moral values of individuals and their beliefs, and the corporate culture. There's the corporate approach to those affect their approach to disabled. That's what we think. Also, institutions has legal obligations. So, if a company employs 50 workers, employees, they have to employ a certain amount of disabled persons. I don't know about other countries, but we can just take this in terms of obligations and ethics. It's katılıyorum. Yani kanunlara sorumlulukla yükümlülükle ekonomik gelişmesi şu soruyu sormak istiyorum. Liderliğin engellilikte önemli bir yeri var mı böyle sosyal sorumlulukta? Of course, corporate social responsibility, the concept of institution is prominent. There is a sense of public institution and society that in organization there is management and leadership. So public leadership in this matter. So about the ethic values, the ethical leadership is more prominent in the leadership. We value ethic leadership in this concept. Çok teşekkür ederim. Zamanın dikkat kullanmanızın son noktaya geçmek istiyorum. Benden daha tanıtırsınız kendinize. Şimdi bildiğiniz gibi teknoloji gelişiyor ve hayatınızı değiştiriyor. İnovasyon teknoloji
impact on the disability people access to their social.
Thank you so much for giving this speech. Actually, we would like to first of all explain our center. Our mayor Turancelli is 1 year ago. They opened the Avcılar Municipality Incubation and Innovation Center for as a local government. First of all, we are searching and researching of the local society, what is their needed technology. Like SDG, like there is a many rules. For example, one of the things is technology in improvement. As a municipality of Avcılar, we just like supporting as a local government.
We can expect that in the future, as innovation and entrepreneurship in society develops, we can expect more disabled people will be joining in the production life. So they will produce it through the digital boards or some software, maybe some programming.
Yeah, you are right. Because our incubation center, there is a 40 entrepreneurs. They have a different like project. We are supporting of them, and just we would like to be linked with them as angel investor. Actually, some of the project is support of disabled project like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now I want to introduce a very inspiring lady, Madame Nurdeniz. She has inspired me in the all meaning of the life. And I will not introduce her to you. She will do it herself, right? So, Madame Nurdeniz, can you please introduce to us and can you let us to know what kind of differences you make in Turkey?
Mr. Turan Hançerli, his excellent team, U.S. Institute of Human Rights and Diplomacy, and UN to organize this fantastic organization. I'm glad to be here. I'm a lawyer and I'm a member of the Turkish Guide Dog Association in Turkey. When I was 6 years old, I decided to be a lawyer, but life is not like which you expected. When I was 10 years old, I lost suddenly my 90% vision. My family and I went to the USA, UK, Germany to search what can they do, but this is my life and we try to make easier my life. I graduated Istanbul University Law Faculty, which it was my dream. And then I had one internship programs. Then I have been in Washington, D.C. English, and to understand for short term, for 6 months. And when I went to the language courses, I learned large print, which I want, and they made easy my learning process. at the language courses, and I learned ADA in the USA. It was really good experience for me. I came back to Turkey and I started my career as a lawyer, and my vision was getting worse and worse. When I was 30 years old, 33 years old, I don't want to count the years. So 2014, it was magic story. I met in Ankara former British Ambassador Richard Moore's wife, dear Mrs. Maggie Moore. She is also visually impaired, and same my eye problem, same age, 10 years old, and same condition, and she's an amazing role model for me. And she had a very nice guide dog staff, and she was managing her life very nicely. And I asked her, how to get a guide dog? She said, what we can do, we can establish a guide dog association in Turkey, and many people can get a guide dog. So can we open the video for guide dog association? Is it opening? The video? I'm so excited to be here, and this technology is very important. Second video, please. So, yes.
Right, usually dispaired persons, and there are special dogs. The specially trained dogs helps the visually impaired person to increase their mobilities and go around to have their daily lives. So the first guide dog association was opened in 1916. It was for the guiding the veterans of World War I who lost their visual abilities, and the Guide Dog Association is the first civil society organization in this sense in our country, and it was established in the Leadership of Modernization, and I think that it's valuable thing, and in this hard way, we are aware of the hardships. We are continuing non-stop in sense of existing and in sense of our struggle. Thanks for your support. You are all heroes to us. Never give up.
I would like to introduce my guide dog, Tara. She's the first Turkish guide dog, and she was born in Turkey, and she stayed with 1 year with puppy raiser family. She had a master's degree in the UK. Then 2016, 3rd of December, we start to work together. We complete our training, and people always told us, you cannot do it, it's too difficult in your country. I said, I will do. And we got on first time to Metrobus, Marmaray, cinema, theater. We had a cooperation with Zorlu Shopping Center. They rewarded as a world's best, the best shopping center. We did that with Kara. And we have been selected changemaker in Turkey from Sabancı Foundation. Maybe 5-6 times I repeated what is a guide dog. First of all, they were thinking Kara is blind, and I would like to explain, no, I'm a blind, because, you know, we are part of United Nations Disability Act, and in Turkey we have a disability right, but perception is very low for the blind people mostly, you know, all disabilities, but for blind people perception is very low. And we have to show ourselves, yes, we can do, and we have an aim to provide free charge guide dogs, to raise it, and to support legally services to them. And we provide guide dogs. We did in Turkey. The most important thing is to create awareness. You know, guide dog doesn't bark. It's helping to blind people, and they are very kind friends. And today I would like to thank dear Mayor Turan Hançerli, because he will help us for having a proper guide dog school. First time in Turkey, we will start this procedure. It's very important because Mayor knows what's the NGO and the, you know, the procedure. So it's very important. Social responsibility is very important. First time we start as a sponsor with Merit International Groups. I met one of the CEO in Ankara, and he was asking questions about Guide Dog Association. I said, we haven't started yet. We don't have trainer. We don't have dog. They said that's why we would like to be sponsor for Guide Dog Association in Turkey. And then Zorlu Center is a sponsor for office, and they have rewarded. Finally, Zotist, the animal products, they are sponsored. Nestle program provided dog food to the door. So first time challenge in Turkey, guide dogs. Now we are everywhere, and for sustainability, we will do more work in Turkey. In conclusion, I would like to talk about the notary services all over the world. Yes, we are part of United Nations, but we need more improvements for notary services, because sometimes they want, even if you are a lawyer, to have two witnesses. Our witnesses are, our signatures are witnesses. Also, for work placement, I did many work to place disabled people. It's not easy, you know, for private sector, 3%, public sector, 4%. We don't want discrimination. What's the recommendation from my side? Because I work in the area, you know, everywhere, at public institution, courthouse. I recommend that education is very important, but most important thing is accessibility. Physical accessibility for payments, for the public transportation, and for digital accessibility website. If we have more, we will not any issues for obstacle. Thank you so much. Listening. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much. It was very impressive speech. There are too many things to say and talk about, but we have limited time. So if I need to summarize what we are talking here, as I understand, the accessibility is important for the rich and access to the economic and social life. And what I see that from this topic, the main and major responsibilities are on shoulder of the public institution. Okay, as the Dr. Servet mentioned that there are laws forcing companies to employ some disabled people, but this discriminates to the people at the same time, is not unite them. And as a normal human being, if I don't provide a proper infrastructure or roads, I cannot also go to the work and earn my life. So it's the same for the disabled people. I believe that first we should remind the public institution the responsibilities And also we have to change the approach of this topic in the more human way, non-humanistic way. So thank you very much for your amazing examples and the speech. Thank you very much for our special guest. And I thank you for everyone in here. I would like to have a question, but we have limited time. Maybe after the break, we will be happy to answer your question. Thank you.
Family Services. I'm here today to share my story, why it's important to support disabled veterans and their children. I'm also a disabled veteran. I don't look like it, but I fell 35 feet in the service. So I had to take 45 injections every 3 months because I have severe chronic migraine. Plus I have multiple surgeries. People see me and they think I don't have nothing, but we have a lot of issues, and God wants me to be here so that people can see that even though you can see us like this, but we have multiple illness, and people they respect us, and people that don't respect that we are disabled. At the same time, do you know that children with more severely disabled parents are more likely to be late for grades, less likely to be in private school, and more likely to have disabilities themselves? Also, disability is strongly correlated with poverty in both developed and developing countries. For example, in the United States, working age adults, age 18 to 64, with a disability are more than twice as likely to be in poverty. In the 2019 American Community Survey, individuals we consider disabled is they report at least one disability in the following categories: cognitive, physical, vision, hearing, self-care, and independent living difficulties. Parental connective disabilities are injuries such as traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic PTSD may be particularly hard for children. For example, PTSD has been associated with high level of family violence, marital conflict, and family distress. Additionally, research has found that parental disability is also associated with lower educational expectations on the part of both parents and youth. Those are the facts. But my story has been long and thought to go dealing with my disability, abusive relationships, and effect it has on my child. See, adjusting to life with a disability can be a difficult transition. However, remember, you are not alone. For me, I have to change how I thought about myself, how I thought about my disability, and find a way to cope. I realized I was in control of my life, and the truth isn't all so, so are you. You are still a control of your life, and there are many ways to improve your independence, sense or empowerment, and outlook. No matter your disability, it's entirely possible to overcome the challenge. You face and enjoy a full and fulfilling life. There are resources and organizations that will help veterans and their children apply for temporary assistance for needy families, which is great things to do for income while waiting for disability checks to arrive. All sorts of resources that will provide emergency cash and other services to low-income households to cover essential bills such as food, clothing, and shelter. For me, while I was struggling with my disability and waiting for my benefits from the resources I applied to, I was also dealing with an abusive husband. It was hard for me to leave because I didn't know what to do for myself, my son and my daughter. I didn't want my kids living in a shelter or worse on the street. I had to answer some hard questions for my kids because they were old enough to know that what was happening. And for them, they felt that they have to take on the responsibility of taking care of me since I was going through my disability as well. Domestic violence has a devastating impact on children too, and young people lasting into adulthood. However, we have to be aware that it's happening and know that there are services offered for domestic abuse, for emotional and practical support for children and youth people. We have to be aware of symptoms such as they may anxious, depressed, have difficult sleeping, nightmares, or flashbacks when they go into domestic violence or they live in a domestic violence environment. Also, they could be easily started, complain to physical symptoms such as tummy ache, and they start to get their bed or start to wet their bed and throw tantrums in a school or behave as if they are younger than what they are. Today, there are many different ways to overcome and cope with disability. And take it from me, someone that has to endure an abusive relationship and raise two kids while dealing with my disability. It was not easy. It was just one day at a time and rely on resources to stabilize myself and my family. I have shifted in my mind about my disability and concluded that I will not let it stop me from being the woman I want to be. And with that, I was empowered. I went to all my doctor's appointments with my head held high. I pray and I meditate for God to give me the strength. I kicked out my bias against mental health therapy. And believe me, that was one of the best things I did to get my mind right about my disability and the trap of abuse that I was going through, as well as the effect that I have on my kids. I also did support group and open it to my family. And even with all this, it was one at a time. I deal with a physical disability, the abuse, just staying the course of resources, believing that I deserve to be happy. and giving my prayers to God and taking one day at a time. The bottom line is that no one can take you to the place of serenity or happiness if you don't want to be there. Overcoming disability and living a happy and fulfilling life may seem like an impossible task, but know the other half endured and before you, and you can do it as well. You need to trust the process and be patient. Use all the resources and tools that are available to make the journey easy for your life. Focus on good things of life, like your family, your friends, and the future that you are still able to create for yourself and your family. God bless everybody. Thank you. And you can do it.
Thank you for your cooperation, for your support, for being here, for sharing your voice, sharing your stories, your passion, your dedication with all of us. We are so grateful for each and every one of you who came all over to witness history at the first ever International Summit on Disability Rights. Okay, round of applause for that. So at USIDHR, we have grown exponentially, especially since COVID-19. We've grown our team all over the world, almost. We are in 56 countries at the moment, and in some areas, we had to designate a greater leader, a regional director that is able to coordinate the volunteers on the ground. So here in Turkey, we are so honored and happy to have one of the most productive chapters that they work so much to put this event together. So it's not, I'm just traveling from Washington, D.C. to be here in front of you, but I want you to give a big round of applause for the Regional Director of Turkey, Ms. Bafri Bergin, and the entire volunteer team that she's leading here, okay? So you may have seen her around. I want you to know that she's behind everything that you've seen here today. So thank you so much, Bafrin. So now I'm going to take this microphone. I'm going to put her to work because she worked so much that also she wants to share with you. So, you know, as this conference has two parts. One is speeches and the other one is workshop. We need actionable steps so when we go back to our country, we know exactly what we must do. So Befrin, she worked for many, many years in the United Nations system, in the IOM system. So we want to hear from her, from somebody who has been on the ground, what it means, disability. So Befrin, the floor is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everyone for coming today here. And we are so honored to having you all here, and we are so happy that you could make it, because some of the guys couldn't have visa for Turkey, and this is something that we are working to help other people to have access to Turkey, and we apologize for those who couldn't make it from online. Sorry. So if we have also other friends who are coming, who are attending from the online system. Thank you everyone for listening to us, and hopefully this will be an eye-opening event for every people who doesn't know about disability and or who is like something that's not taught in the school or in any other system, because it's a subject that we get afraid of, like to maybe we are rude if we say something to the people that have some disability in a measure. Like disability is not just about body, it's about also mental, and it's also about the understanding. Some people have difficult time to understand what they are taught or what's the subject that we are talking about. So the contents of this workshop will be the introduction and the impact of armed conflict on children with disabilities and strengthening humanitarian action, then the recommendation. And each subject here has a very rich insight in the United Nations law and constitutions. Then the impact of armed conflict on children with disability. This is the first thing come in our mind. Like sometimes the disabled people, maybe they have the disability from birth. It's not about that, but I made this subject the first one because we are in the time of wars. And there are a lot of wars around the countries, in Syria, in Ukraine, in Iraq, and there are many children with disability who doesn't have any access to help, to security. And being a child in that community or in that environment make a very great impact in the future generation. So this is like an eye-opening even for the governments to know what's the impact they're doing while they are announcing a war against another country. So during the armed conflict, children with disabilities are caught in vicious cycle of violence, social polarization, and deterioration services, and deepening poverty. So all of these impacts comes for the disabled child or the disabled person, because they will not have any power to save themselves or to say, okay, I can handle this, I can pick myself up, because they can't do it. The second one, global estimates suggest there are between 93 million and 150 million children with disabilities under the age of 15. So this is the creates the idea what we are talking about right here. 93 million children and adults with disability, with 150 million under the age of 15 years old. So this creates the delusion for other people. They say, oh, they are minority. No, disability is not minority. In every family with disabled child, the family will paralyze with it. During the armed conflict, the lives of children with disabilities are affected by deteriorating services, increased needs, and deepening poverty. So when we started the USIDHR, the idea was to help people with disability, and the idea was to raise awareness about giving education to children and to adults also about human rights and what is human right and what is against human right. Given that this disability is often not reported due to the stigma, there is reason to believe actual prevalence is much higher. Because maybe this number that I talked about is higher because sometimes people do not want to say I have a disabled child because they feel that the disability makes them less than other families. No. So this is also another rule in the legislation of United Nations that to say this is disability right is a human right. Children are also left more susceptible to violence and violating human basic rights by using the children for personal needs or for pursuing money for the family. As we see, there are in many countries, there are children with disability on the streets and people coming and giving them some money, but they don't think about the child. What does this affect? How does it affect that child to just hand the money to that child? Like in each handing money to the child, it makes him more or less. But what about collecting these children by the government and giving them education that they need, that they are also human? They should not feel less, because if we do discrimination for our people, it means that we are no better than devil himself. So another subject in the disability, social norms and disability. When you talk about social norms, it means that you, since the childhood, you have learned this is good, this is bad, this is right, this is wrong. It's the norms that everyone around you and everyone in your family and your relatives, they are doing it. So this is called the social norm. Preface people with disabilities are not a homogeneous group. They may have a physical disability, a sensory or sensitivity, intellectual or mental disability. So, like I said before, the social norm is that disability is that I have some parts in my body missed, or I cannot see, or I cannot talk. No, some people have mental disability or sensitivity more than the other people. That's why they may be isolated, they may have some problem, but the family do not know, because they are so sensitive about some subjects that the family do not understand. But they don't think about it as a disability. Also, they may have had a disability from birth or acquired in their childhood or teenage years or after that, during the further education or while in implementing it. So in each stage, the disability or each person who thinks that they need help in each stage has different effect on that person and on the quality of their life. Because the child which comes to life with the disability or with a mental health issue has a difference between some people who has it during their lifetime, because they were one day healthy, normal, like the social norms say, but another day it can happen to each one of us actually. Like one day you can be like this, or the second day you can be a different person, a different life. So this brings to our attention. We could be in that place in any moment or in any second or in any day in our life. So when you put yourself in the other person's shoe, you will know that disability may be in you also. It's not about like it's something else. It doesn't include me, because sometimes we tell people about disability rights, like people who have applied here, each one of you may have someone in the family and you want to learn how to protect them, how to make them powerful in the community. That's why you apply. But some other people say, oh no, I'm working for human rights. Disability rights is human rights. Or no, I'm working for the women's rights. No, there are women with disability. So the thing is, the social norm does not know about the effect on the person and how they think excluded in this life. CRPD sets out, which is general principle to promote and protect the rights of children and adults with disability. CRPD. Then the principles reflect many years of advocacy by persons with disabilities and organizations of persons with disabilities, or DPOs, against discrimination, disrespect, exclusion, and poverty. Respect for the inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom to make one's own choice, and independent of person. Non-discrimination, full and effective participation and inclusion in society. Respect for differences and acceptance of persons with disabilities as part of human diversity and humanity. Equality of opportunity, accessibility, equality between men and women, respect for the evolving capacities of children with disabilities, and respect for the right of children with disabilities to preserve their identities. Recommendation for all the international organizations and all the social workers and also for the government. United Nations has tried to make a lot of research, a lot of inclusion for the disabilities, so that it will be a normal for each person and each society to look at disability as a power, not as an empower. So if you have someone in your family with disability, you always get the ideas and the most powerful subjects from them, because they have the experience. They are the ones who are living the life that we are scared of, to be honest. Everyone is scared of having a disability. They are the heroes, and no one admit it because they are scared. Oh, maybe they will feel sorry for themselves. No, they are powerful. They have seen that nobody else has seen. They are rulers. They are like everyone else, normal people. We are all normal. We are all human. We have feelings. So when we have feelings, it means that we are good. But when you don't feel and when you discriminate, it means that there's something with you, not with the other people. Recommendations. Efforts to improve the collection and use of data connecting children and adults with disabilities are also underway. Investments in disability inclusive humanitarian action and recovery from crisis will pay off, contributing towards a divided of peace built on greater equality, tolerance, and justice. This was the end. Thank you for listening to me. Hopefully, it had a little bit effect on you to take it home. Thank you.
Stay here. Stay here. Well, thank you so much, Murphy. This was really, really exciting. But I know you've been so. She didn't sleep in a few nights. Okay, so let's give her a big round. And yes, so you totally deserve this award. So you are part of the team. And we are so grateful for having you here, not only here in Turkey, but helping the team all around the world, wherever we go. And I think you deserve this, and we are so happy to have you here. Okay. Great. Thank you. Yes. Wonderful. Well, first day, officially, it's done. We have coffee break and networking time, and then you can go ahead and explore Istanbul. I wanted to thank you all for joining us today. It's been really a wonderful opportunity having you all. I want to remind everyone who is going to be tomorrow and the next few days with us. Tomorrow, we are starting at what time? 9:30. You see, that was a quiz. I tricked you. 9:30, that means at 9, we all need to be in the room, okay? We have more sessions tomorrow, more workshops. Tomorrow, get to hear from some of our civil society, wonderful young leaders, NGOs, and other officials. And we have many other videos to show you. This was it for today's sessions. Enjoy your coffee break, your networking time. Get to meet with each other, make friends. Every time that we are going to an international event such as this one, we always embrace the fact that we need to make friendships across borders, because anytime you're just a phone call away, okay? So thank you so much, everyone. Please enjoy the program today. We appreciate you being here.